It being 7 o'clock, I would like to call the hearing and the meeting tonight of July 19th for the ZBA. Can everybody hear me okay? Okay. We're going to take a roll call by way of introductions. I'm Audrey Klein, the chairperson. Luke Freudenberg, vice chair, to my right. Tim Cronin, clerk, to my far left. Suzanne Ryan on my left. Sarah Silk on my right. We don't have an alternate sitting with us tonight. Tavis Austin, town planner, near the end there, and Mary Ann Shelton, recording secretary. My first question is if there's any changes to the agenda, and I have a couple. Does anybody else have any suggestions? So it looks like I had asked Tavis to add some of the line items to the agenda that are in the ZBA rules of procedure, and he has done so, but I would like to move them around tonight and forthwith so that the public hearing is actually number 2 under roll call. And then they would fall into order: unfinished business, new business, communications, and approval of minutes, and motion to adjourn after that, which is the order that they are in our rules of procedure. So
you want to start with the second case first?
Excuse me?
You want to start with?
I'll be doing the public hearings right after the roll call. Right. Everybody agree?
Yeah,
that's a good idea? Okay.
Excuse me?
Yes.
Could we discuss what the board has done from time to time, which is make a decision before we get underway as to the cases that we have not heard and have not started and have not opened, that at 9 o'clock we make a determination whether to continue on for the evening. The last time around, 11:45 was really kind of hard to handle.
So I do think that that would come under new business in our business session, so we can talk about whether we would like to make that a standing kind of thing that we do, is end the night at a certain time or not start any new cases past a certain time. But I'm willing to talk about it now if the board feels that that's appropriate.
Well, it could apply to the applications as well. I mean, if we make that decision up front, then everybody would know comes 9 o'clock, there's an opportunity that we would not continue to open a new case.
I would be hesitant to do that for tonight because that hasn't been our regular means of doing business, and people here don't know that that might be the case.
Okay.
But I'm willing to talk about it. Tim, do you have an opinion one way or the other?
I don't think it's fair if somebody's sitting here all night that we have to go home at 9 o'clock if they've been sitting there waiting to get something done and then wait another whole month. So
just talking about tonight, we can decide not to do that tonight and maybe have the discussion, the bigger discussion later.
Hopefully it won't be like last time, and it will be a little bit quicker.
Luke, do you have an opinion on that?
On tonight, as long as it takes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fine with going through whatever we have tonight, and I'm also fine with discussing how late it is we want to go, because we all know when we go till midnight, we're not very efficient.
Okay. Thank you, Suzanne, but I think we'll go through tonight and then have the conversation. Make a note of that. So tonight is a public hearing, and I want to talk through how it's going to be run first so that you all have their expectations. The order of business tonight, the clerk will read the first notice and report how the public notice and personal notice was given. Any board member that feels that they need to recuse themselves can do that at that time. If they do, and we need to select an alternate, that will happen at that time, and an alternate will be seated if necessary. And once selected, an alternate shall, if at all possible, listen to the entire case and continue as a voting member until the final action is taken, even if there's a continuance. Quorum of the board is 3 voting members. A full board is 5 voting members. If after seating available alternates, the board is not full, the applicant will be given the opportunity to continue their hearing to a time, place certain, or have their case heard with a short board, which thereafter cannot be used as a reason for a rehearing. The applicant will present their case. The board members will ask questions and discuss the case with the applicant. I will open the public hearing and invite members of the public to speak, first those in favor and those opposed, and allow for rebuttal. If you wish to speak, please come to the microphone. This is a tough one because you have to get right up to that microphone so that the people watching remotely can hear what you're saying. Identify yourself, name and address. Address all comments and questions through the chair. Do not deliberate directly with other attendees in the room. Please contain your input to the criteria used by the board in evaluating the applications. The ZBA is tasked with hearing 4 distinct appeal types, each with a specific evaluation process dictated by state law. We will explain each type of appeal as it comes forth. We want to hear from you, and when possible, please refrain from extensively duplicating talking points that have already been made by other speakers. After hearing public comments, we will close the public hearing, deliberate amongst the board members only, and in many cases, make a decision the same night. So at this point, I would like to ask the clerk to read the first application notice.
First case tonight is the New Hampshire Boat Museum, 399 Center Street, tax map 163-2-1E, case number 10-SE-21, a public hearing for a special exception under Article 8, Chapter 175, Section 87L of the Wolfeboro Planning and Zoning Ordinance for construction of 2 40-foot by 150-foot one-story storage buildings. It's a continued public hearing from 6/23. Site visit was held today at 6:30 with myself, Tim Cronin, Sarah Silk, Suzanne Ryan, Luke Freudenberg, and Audrey Klein. Boat Museum representative, please come up.
Thank you, Tim. Are you done?
I'm done.
Okay. I was just asked to move my microphone even closer, so I will. I just want to explain that a special exception is one of the 4 appeals that this board hears. Each appeal has a different process and different criteria that we must, by state law, evaluate before we make a decision. And a special exception to the terms of the ordinance is a specific permitted land use that is allowed when clearly defined criteria and conditions contained in the ordinance are met. Providing for special exceptions make it possible to allow uses where they are reasonable in a uniform and controlled manner, but to prohibit them where the specific conditions cannot be met. Requirements in this sense are measurable qualifications that are the same at all times and places and can be expressed in specific terms. All special exceptions shall be made in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And to follow that up, we do have in our local ordinance the list of criteria that must be met that we judge the case against in order to approve a special exception. And those lists are different from town to town, but they all meet this basic definition of a special exception. Would the applicant like to present their case? So true. So this is a continued public hearing, and we ended at public input, so we can continue with the public input. Yes. It may not, it doesn't sound like it's live. Nope.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi. You probably will need to pull it closer, unfortunately.
That's okay. My name is Jason Reimers. I'm with BCM Environmental and Land Law, a law firm. and I represent the residents of the 5 homes on Moose Point Drive. I want to address some legal issues, and then certain of my clients will further discuss some of the impacts under the specific criteria of the special exception. My first point is that you would be making a legal error to grant a special exception for these proposed storage buildings. And not only because they don't satisfy the special exception criteria, but because a storage facility is a defined primary use in the zoning ordinance that is not permitted by right or by special exception in this residential district. These are not accessory incidental structures. They are storage facilities. And a storage facility is defined in your zoning ordinance as follows: a structure or part of a structure for storing goods, wares, and merchandise, whether for the owners or others. Storage facility includes self-storage, warehouse, and wholesale distribution centers. End quote. This is not an exhaustive list. The application before you refers to these as storage buildings. If you look at the picture of the proposed building that's in the application, it's clearly a storage facility. If it walks like a duck, talks like a duck, it is a duck. And just because it's on museum property doesn't mean it's not. A storage facility is its own primary use, as I said, not an accessory use. And as you know, the zoning ordinance lays out in every district, and you've got a lot of districts, it lays out what uses are permitted by right and what uses are permitted by special exception. If a use is not in either of those lists, it requires a variance. Storage facilities are only allowed in 2 districts, the Pine Hill Development District and the Commercial 2, CR2 district. And in both of those districts, storage facilities are permitted by right. They're not permitted by special exception. Had buildings such as this been intended to qualify for a special exception, the zoning ordinance would have provided as such. It did not. And so it is our position that a storage facility is only allowed in this residential district through the granting of a variance. The applicant has submitted a request for a variance, so it should come as no surprise to the applicant. Getting back to why these are not accessory structures, they're affiliated with the boat museum's current location, but they do not satisfy the definition of accessory building or structure, which is another defined term in your zoning ordinance. I would say that common sense also says these are not accessory. Section 175-175 is where your definition of accessory building or structure is. And it defines it as being incidental and subordinate to the principal building. I would submit that 12,000 square feet of storage facilities that looks exactly like storage facilities is not incidental, but especially compared to the 45 or so hundred square feet of the current boat museum. This storage facilities, they're an allowed use, but only in the districts where storage facilities are permitted, and that would not include, does not include, residential district. Moose Point Road contributes to Wolfeboro's identity as a resort town, and it's a rural road that crosses the rail trail to the lake. The zoning ordinance specifically says where storage facilities may go, not here. And therefore, the board should not entertain the special exception application because only a variance can allow these buildings. I try to avoid using phrases like wagging the tail of the dog or the exception that swallows the rule, but here calling these structures accessory, I think fits that bill. Together, they're 2 to 3 times the size of the museum itself. And they, like I said, they're a separate primary use affiliated with the museum, but they are not incidental to the museum. And if these are deemed to be accessory, I think the logical extension of that argument is that every permitted use in a district could put up 2 of these storage facilities as of right. And that just doesn't make sense. These things are huge, and they're separately listed, defined, and cited in the zoning ordinance. So just allowing 150 by 40 foot square buildings, large buildings, storage buildings, that was the word I was looking for, doesn't make sense to call them accessory and just allowed everywhere. According to the Boat Museum's website, their move to Bay Street seems to be all but a foregone conclusion as a matter of more fundraising. The website says the museum on the move, and it shows a picture of the Quonset Hut Museum. It says, help us move from here to here, and it shows the rendering of the new museum. So, assuming the museum relocates, the Moose Point neighborhood would be left with standalone storage facilities that are not allowed in the district, even by special exception, and that wouldn't even be affiliated with an on-site museum. And if the museum doesn't relocate, these are still primary standalone uses that require a variance because they're not allowed in this district. I just want to make a few comments on some of the special exception criteria. If you are inclined to go down that road and consider the 8 criteria that all must be found to exist. In its application, the applicant, well, the first one is site suitability, and whether the site is an appropriate location for the proposed use or structure. And in its application, the applicant states that the site is suitable because it has been operating a museum on the property since 2000. However, the museum took over an existing 4,500 square foot building on a state highway. This does nothing to show that the site is suitable for 2 new 6,000 square foot storage facilities. That would be along Moose Point Road and very visible from 109. When I was out there with the site visit today, seeing where those stakes were and where the trees would be removed, very clear that these would be visible from 109 as opposed to being tucked away, away from sight, people coming into Wolfeboro. And the zoning ordinance under the site suitability criterion also asks whether there are environmental constraints. And here, the museum wants to add 12,000 square feet of impervious surface next to wetlands and close to Lake Wentworth. 12,000 square feet of impervious surface is not incidental, even if it happens to be outside of the 30-foot wetland buffer. Another criterion is the immediate neighborhood impact. The approach to the neighborhood and the approach to town, as I saw tonight, would see a dramatic negative impact. 2 unsightly commercial buildings on the way to the lake. Another criterion is the immediate neighborhood integrity, which is further described as that the historical uses and established use patterns be weighed with recent change in trends with the neighborhood. This neighborhood hasn't changed recently. There are not any trends of change. It's remained as it always has been, which is a lakefront community. A rural drive over the lake, over the rail trail to the lake. If approved, it would be these storage structures that would make the change in the neighborhood, not any ongoing change. Impact on property values. The application doesn't even mention the homes on Moose Point Road. It mentions, I think, some surrounding commercial properties. There will be an impact on property values. One member of our client group, Andrea Dudley, is going to read a letter from broker Tanya Albee, who wasn't able to appear here tonight. Tanya has 35 years experience as a broker, owner of her firm, and she states in part that it's the arrival into town and that potential buyers of these properties will see that will influence their choice on what property they would buy. I'll stop there because Tanya's words are much more articulate on that than mine. Finally, consistency with the spirit of the ordinance and intent of the master plan. The proposed use is clearly inconsistent with the spirit of the ordinance. Like I said, the ordinance goes district by district saying what's allowed as a permitted right and what's allowed by special exception. If it were in keeping with the spirit of the ordinance, storage facilities would be allowed by special exception or as a permitted right in this district, but it's not. Therefore, the proposal is inconsistent with the spirit. And as for the master plan, the first sentence of the master plan says, quote, "Wolfeboro is America's oldest summer resort." End quote. These storage facilities in this location will impact that identity. Supporting cultural institutions is also part of the master plan, but that does not require that you allow storage facilities to be built in the residential district where there are other districts in town where these are permitted as of right. if we make it on to the variance application later, I will have some comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Additional public comment? Yes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, but you'll probably have to lower that for your own comfort.
Yes? Okay. Now, if I can see, hold this up, it'll be good. Okay. My name is Deb Denby, and you're going to hear from my neighbors, and you're going to find out that I am a relative newcomer to Moose Point because I've only been there for 48 years. During this time, I've been involved in trying to keep the neighborhood a residential area. And I felt very confident that having the boat museum as a neighbor was a great use of the property, even though it did fall outside of residential use. Over the years, the museum has been a good neighbor, and I think we've been good neighbors to them. I feel that granting this special exception or variance would really change the character of the neighborhood and is contrary to all the hard work done by the museum's founders and us when the museum was just a vision of Hank Y., Linda DeBeca, and others. 2 large storage buildings would not only be unsightly and cause road erosion, but it would also require the removal of approximately 20 or more 100-year-old pines from the area where the buildings would be located, and I fear the impact that this would have on the road and the wetlands. I also am concerned that the boat museum has some beautiful boats and has acquired some beautiful boats, but if we don't keep our lakes beautiful and pristine, who's going to come and see all these beautiful boats? I would like to submit this, my notes to the board, and I also have, my grandchildren had sent a little video to Tavis, and I don't know if he shared it with the board, but I would like to submit the transcript of their video also. Thank you very much for your time.
Could you repeat your name again, please?
Deb Denby, D-E-B-D-E-N-B-Y.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Could you please hand a copy of your statement to the recording secretary? Is there somebody else who would like to speak? Yes. Please move the microphone right up to your mouth so that the people
Sure. How's that?
listening
Is that
remotely
better?
can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. My name is Kathy Fairman, and I speak to you tonight as a citizen in support of granting the variance and/or special exception to the New Hampshire Boat Museum to build these 2 boat storage facilities to protect the museum's most significant exhibits, these beautiful antique boats. The New Hampshire Boat Museum is a very important asset to this community in so many ways. First, I think, and probably foremost, it is a historic asset to our community because it preserves the heritage and the history of our lakes here in New Hampshire. It is also very important in that it tells the story of how we go about protecting our lakes and waterways as well. It's a very important part, I know, of their mission statement. And the story of our lakes and our geographic and environment area, as well as the boats that dating back to 2 centuries ago, really, 125, 130 years ago, when my grandparents first came to the lakes in 1893. is such an important part of what they are doing here. So the historic aspect and the historic message that the Boat Museum is carrying for not just our community, but for the region and for the state is very important. Second of all, it is a recreational asset most importantly, for our year-round and seasonal residents, as they serve up the variety of programs from their boat building classes to the model yacht racing program, to the shared sailboat, and to the sailing classes, which are done in conjunction with our own town's recreation area. So, and it is also a very important economic aspect. Our new master plan adopted in 2019 calls for Wolfeboro to grow as a community of museums. And it's pointed out in both our recreational area as well as in the economic, under the economic development area, that this is an important part of what we do. But most important, I think, I look at it and I love wooden boats. I have all my life. I've restored some. I've owned several. We brought the Millie B, the Wolfeboro Trolley Company. I'm also an owner there. Dick and I brought the Millie B here in 1998 and made it possible to go on to the New Hampshire Boat Museum in 2011, and it is a living history exhibit of exactly what it is like to ride in one of those old boats. You see fewer and fewer of those old boats on the lake today because it's time for them to rest. The Millie B was built in 1994, so it is a replica. But the boats that it represents need a home. They need a place to stay. And the Boat Museum will be able to, by having these appropriate buildings and storage place there, they can keep them and preserve them. They will then be able to be shared so that this history and heritage will be able to be seen by our children and our grandchildren and those that won't have known them the way that we did growing up here on the lakes. This is a very special opportunity for you folks here tonight to be part of making Wolfeboro be the place where these boats are, where they can have them in the appropriate buildings so they can move them in and out as part of the new facility, which I understand from their magazine says that they really are very hopeful of actually breaking ground next year. That's going to be wonderful, good news for the neighbors of the property and those that are concerned about this project. Because the more activity and the more active kinds of parts of those museums will be moving to Bay Street in the more commercial district, which will be a good and appropriate thing to happen. But I do trust the fact that our state ordinances and our local ordinances, including you folks, will make sure that everything is done to protect Lake Wentworth, where I've lived for 20 years, and I love Lake Wentworth. I love our smaller lakes as well. So I'm concerned about that, and I am confident that everything will be followed through to make sure nothing happens to those lakes. And I know they're going to make these as attractive as possible. But I really urge you to follow through on this. There is also a very important precedent here, and that is that a similar facility was granted to the Wright Museum on Trotting Track Road, a stone's throw away from where this is. So there is very strong precedent that would lean you folks to be able to do this and really to really have to sort of look at that. I know it is something that is a subjective area. That's what the ZBA does. So, and to the neighbors, these boats will be very quiet, very respectful neighbors to you. And I think that that everything will come out to be in an attractive way. I know change is hard, and I hate cutting down a tree too, but this is the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do for Wolfeboro, for the museum, for our heritage, and for our history. And I thank you very much for hearing me tonight.
We're looking at people who would like to speak in opposition to this project first, and then we'll go to rebuttal. Anybody else in opposition would like to speak? Yes.
My name is Hugh Crawford. I live at 62 Moose Point Road. I first came to Wolfeboro in 1946 when my parents rented a lakeside cottage on Moose Point Road. My family purchased the property in 1962, and in 2005, I retired to Moose Point and have lived there since. In reviewing the application, there is no mention of the neighborhood that exists on Moose Point Road and the effects these buildings will have on the families who live on Moose Point. It is as though the road ends at the rail trail. Moose Point is the only access for these families who live on the road. With this in mind, the application is incomplete. The museum's current storage facility on Albee Beach Road is a much better location, and I cannot see why it couldn't expand that building for their needs. My concerns include the effects of rainwater, heavy rainstorms and snowmelt on Moose Point Road, and the surrounding wetlands. In conclusion, it is my hope the ZBA will reject any and all applications relating to the structures proposed on Moose Point Road. I also support others who have spoken in opposition.
Somebody else in opposition? Yes.
Is that okay? A little higher, I think.
How's that? Higher? Okay. My name is Cindy Spence, and I'm a resident of Wolfeboro. My property at 60 Moose Point Road has been enjoyed by 5 generations of my family over just over 100 years. It's located approximately 300 to 350 steps from the proposed location of the Boat Museum storage units. The concern I'd like to mention is that of safety. Proposed location of the storage units will impede traffic from time to time on Moose Point Road. If an emergency vehicle is blocked, even for a few minutes, this could create a serious safety issue in a time of a fire, a boating, or a medical emergency. This is not only true for Moose Point Road residents, but also any emergency on the Cotton Valley Rail Trail. I hope the board will consider my safety concerns when they make their decision. Thank you.
Another person in opposition? Yes?
Oh, my name is Pamela Thomas, live at 56 Moose Point Road. My grandparents purchased this property about 100 years ago, and I have been fortunate to spend summers at this location for 65 years. I fully endorse the statements of my Moose Point neighbors, and I am strongly opposed to the storage facilities. I am especially concerned about the potential for a change in use of these facilities by either the Boat Museum or subsequent owners. Thank you for your time. I'd like to submit this, please.
Thank you. Is there another speaker in opposition?
Can you hear me okay?
You might want to raise it a little bit.
Is that all right?
That's good.
Okay, my name's Dave Denby. My family has owned our property on Lake Wentworth, which is accessed by Moose Point Road, for 90-plus years. My dad helped build the road. He built our camp, and it soon became a year-round home. Since then, Moose Point Road has been kept plowed in the winter for year-round access. At retirement in 2002, my family moved in full-time. We have been loyal supporters and contributors and volunteers for the Boat Museum for many years. However, we are in strong opposition to these storage buildings on Moose Point Road. We have several concerns, but I want to highlight a couple of them. Road maintenance is a concern, traffic, as Cindy said, property values. But what really hits home for me is that Moose Point Road provides a beautiful country residential access to the properties on Moose Point. Adding any large commercial scale buildings to this road would destroy that beauty for current and future property owners. I feel strongly such buildings do not belong in a residential area such as this. And we hope that the Boat Museum will be able to meet their storage needs by developing one of the other alternatives that are available to them. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
If you stand close to the mic, yes.
My name is Michael Spence. I'm a resident of Wolfeboro. My wife and I live at 60 Moose Point Road during the summer, and Forest Road when we are not staying at Moose Point Road. Our summer cottage has been in my wife's family since 1915. The youngest members of our family, our grandchildren, are the 5th generation to enjoy the summer cottage. Over the many years, we have seen change occur in the residential area. There was a time when the Allen A Resort was a going concern. Multiple owners came and went. The Lake Wentworth Association acquired some of the property and eventually sold a portion to the Boat Museum. And the town bought the L&A Beach. But that's not all the change over these many years. The residential areas have not. My neighbors, who you have heard from this evening, tonight, have been there for many, many decades. For my wife and I, our summer home has been part of our family for 106 years. My concern is not only for today and the impact that it will have on our properties and the watershed, but to the future. Giving the Boat Museum permission to construct these large buildings will grant future owners, which there will be, the incentive to petition a future board to expand the commercial character of a residential area. My neighbors and others have provided information that speaks to the requirements that must be met and where the Boat Museum has come up short in meeting those. I respectfully ask that you vote to deny the Boat Museum request. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you. I was getting there.
Thank you. My name is Andrea Dudley, and I'm a resident of 74 Moose Point Road. And I'm here tonight not only representing myself, but I have been asked to speak on behalf of 2 abutters to the Boat Museum property. They have asked me to read statements on their behalf. The first is from Sandy and John Christofferson. This is their statement. Our address is 365 Center Street on Sandbox Drive, Wolfeboro. We are listed as abutters to the Boat Museum on this variance request. We are Boat Museum members, support their mission, and are longtime classic Chris Craft boat owners. We oppose the variance request for the 12,000 feet of storage units for numerous reasons. The Boat Museum has announced its move to Bay Street. The current property will become more challenging to use and maintain. Unresolved questions for the current property, with or without the Boat Museum on site, include storage unit fencing, security, lighting, wash bays, repair and restoration services, setbacks, and more. Are the drive aisle spaces wide enough for the property within the designated dimensions? Boat storage dimensions state a 12 to 14-foot roll-up door is desirable for a single boat. How can the proposal accommodate double-stacked boats in a 10-foot storage height? In our eyes, the Boat Museum property serves as an entranceway to Wolfeboro, which describes itself as the oldest summer resort in America. The visual dissonance of massive boat storage units does not convey the image the town has worked so diligently to convey. Perhaps the storage units would be better suited to the new boat museum property to expand their exhibit and outreach capabilities. Thank you for allowing us to voice our opposition to this variance. That's from Sandy and John Christofferson, who are abutters to the property. And I will submit their statement as well. The second abutter that I'm representing is Tanya Albee. And she is an abutter on the railroad track side of the same property as the Christoffersons up to Route 28. To the Wolfeboro Zoning Board of Appeals, the following statement is written by abutter Tanya Albee, who grew up in Wolfeboro and is the granddaughter of Alan Albee, creator of the Alan A. Resort. I apologize that I cannot attend this meeting in person. Thank you for allowing my written submission, and my thanks to Andrea Dudley for offering to read my comments. First, I would like to indicate that I wholeheartedly support the Boat Museum. I was very pleased when they kept the mural, which my grandfather implemented when the resort theater was created. It's a piece of the town's history as the oldest summer resort in America that welcomes you to town. I am writing specifically regarding the special exception and variance for two proposed buildings on what is currently a large wooded section of the Boat Museum property, including a grove of mature trees that would be eliminated. This would clearly change the character of the arrival into Wolfeboro. These proposed buildings are equivalent to the size of a football field located on a small residential street that leads to waterfront properties. The buildings would also be visible from Center Street. As a successful owner of a real estate brokerage firm for decades, I am well versed in what affects property values, both good and bad. The impact of this request on the neighboring properties is clear. The structures are commercial. The size, equal to 10 two-car garages with oversized garage doors, would be atypical in a residential neighborhood. This leads to one conclusion, that these large storage buildings would be detrimental to the residential property values on Moose Point Road and all residential abutters. To understand my reasoning, imagine that I'm showing you three properties. At the end of the road to each home is the identical house on the water. The only difference between the three properties is one of them has two 6,000 square foot commercial buildings on the arrival to the property. Which do you make an offer on? If you're going to make an offer, are you going to offer the same price for the one with these buildings on the road as you would for either of the other two properties? Or are you going to reduce your offer, if you even make one, because the arrival is less appealing than for the other two properties? Imagine passing these structures every time you drive into your property. What will your guests think as they drive past this to your home? I think we all know the answer. The property value is lowered. It's important to know that buyers make the most significant decision about the price they will pay, or if they are interested in a property, based on the arrival. This is true of all demographics. If the special exception and variance approval guidelines require property values be unaffected, and I believe they do, then the approval cannot be given. The reduced value to neighboring properties is clear. Thank you, Tanya Albee, owner broker, Group 1 Realty Incorporated. That's from Tanya. A copy of that as well. And now I'd like to speak on behalf of myself as a resident of Moose Point Road. First, I'd like to echo the comments of my neighbors who have expressed their views here tonight. And I wanted to reinforce that this is not a referendum on the Boat Museum. The museum is an asset to the town of Wolfeboro. Those of us on Moose Point Road have been supporters of theirs and volunteers for many years. In fact, my husband, Rich Massey, who spoke at the last hearing, was named the New Hampshire Boat Museum Volunteer of the Year a few years back. And Dave Denby, whose family connections to Moose Point date back before he was born, was at the museum just last week, loaning them his tractor for use at the boat auction. So we have a strong tradition of support. However, those putting forth this proposal have chosen to ignore that the Moose Point neighborhood exists and have pushed forward with a plan that ignores not only the impact on the neighborhood, but fails to meet the criteria for a special exception or variance. The fact that the museum is an asset to the community should not give it free rein to use their property in an irresponsible way. At the start of this hearing back in June, we heard from supporters of the project from Wolfeboro and Melvin Village and Alton that it was important to save the boats. While that's a noble initiative, saving the boat should not be done at the cost of causing irreparable damage to a neighborhood of people that have been residents and taxpayers of the town for decades. The museum should be exploring other alternatives to save the boats. I'll end my comments with a question that I'd like everyone here tonight to think about. If this proposal were planned for the only entrance to your neighborhood, whether you live in Wolfeboro or Melvin Village or Alton, would you try to assure your neighbors that it would have no negative impact on the character of their neighborhood, their property values, and access to their homes? And if you're not prepared to accept development of this sort in your neighborhood, why is it okay to impose it on Moose Point Road? Thank you for your consideration.
Is there another opposing speaker? I'm not seeing any. Seeing none, we have rebuttal from the applicant, please.
Good evening. My name's Randy Walker. I've got a number of things to say. I took fairly copious notes both at the last hearing as well as tonight. And one of the points that I want to address is that it's been suggested that there was no mention of the Moose Point residents in the application. That's because they're not abutters. They're not in the same residential zone that the boat museum is. They're in the shorefront residential zone. And the boat museum is not in the shorefront residential zone. And there's been a strong demarcation between those two zones since 1872, give or take, whenever the railroad went through. And you take the space between Route 28 and the railroad, virtually all of that, from the boat museum to the 7-Eleven, is commercial. Virtually every building that you drive by. Sarah drives by it every day. Suzanne drives by it every day. I drive by it every day. Tim drives by it every day. Virtually that whole strip is commercial. On the other side of the tracks, the Lake Wentworth side of the tracks, it's all residential. And it's in the shorefront residential. And it's like being on a different planet. And regardless of which road you go down to get to Lake Wentworth, very, very different than driving along Route 28. In response to Andrea's comment, would I want this to be the entrance to my road? I'd be okay with that, because I'm going to drive by this building every single day myself. Been doing it for 37 years, going by the Quonset hut. I'm content with that. These two storage buildings go in, I'd be content with that. So I wouldn't have an objection to it in response to her question. I suggest that not a single one of the Moose Point residents can see the Quonset hut, will be able to see these two buildings from their property. They could stand on the roofs of their houses, and they can't see any of these three buildings because there's a heavy, thick forested buffer that's on both sides of the rail trail that prevents them from seeing it. The only reason they see it is because they drive by on the boat museum's property to get to it. This is not their property. We all drive by things that we may not like, but we get used to it. People in South Wolfeboro, they drive by Western Auto Body. You get used to it from a value standpoint. I don't think that that diminishes the value of properties in the area. So the only reason that they're objecting is because they are going to drive by it. And I think a lot of us are going to drive by it. And I think the Boat Museum has done a very good job trying to have these buildings be as unobtrusive as they can. Take the Lake Wentworth Inn next door, it runs parallel to Route 28. You go around the corner, there's two more buildings that run perpendicular. You can barely see those. These buildings are almost identical to those two buildings that are attached to the Lake Wentworth Inn. And people drive by these all the time. But let me just point out a few buildings around town that I do not think negatively impact the value, and then I'll come back. But let me start with the Libby Museum. The Libby Museum is on the Tufton-Borough line in a residential district on a state highway, very similar to this. I don't think the presence of that building has any negative impact on the residential neighborhood that it sits. It's got a big, bright red roof. I was out on Lake Winnipesaukee a couple of weekends ago, and you can see it a mile away out on the lake. Sort of pretty, actually. But I don't believe that it has any detrimental impact to the neighborhood in which it finds itself. For those people that drive down McManus Road, they go by the high school. That is a massive building compared to what the boat museum is suggesting. If you go a little further, you're going to see the Art Center on the right, another massive building that you could put 3 of these buildings in, 10-fold over. You drive a little farther, you get to the Crescent Lake School. And I submit that none of those buildings, despite their size and commercialness in a residential zone, all of these are in residential zones, does not have any detrimental impact on the value. If you go a little further down North Main Street or South Main Street, you come to the Windrifter. Again, a big building, much bigger than this building. I don't believe it negatively impacts the value. Well, the hospital, which this board allowed to be expanded, that building is massive there, and again, in a residential neighborhood. Or the 3 Crescent Lake Inn buildings, 6,000 square feet each, 2 stories on Crescent Lake. And then let's go to the Wright Museum. The Wright Museum has got 3 buildings tiered up there, and they still didn't have enough storage space. They needed more storage space, and it's like was mentioned earlier by Kathy, this board granted them the ability to build a storage building because they needed it as part of the museum's function. It isn't just displaying things. Part of the museum function is to store things as well. And they indicated at the last hearing, a number of the board members, that they have exhibits scattered all over the place, extremely inefficient, not good for the efficient operation of the museum, and that they need more space, much like the Wright Museum needs more space. You got on Route 109A, we got Winnipesaukee Lumber, 2 big buildings that are there. Or let's take the town garage. Or take the transfer station. All of these are in residential neighborhoods or abut residential neighborhoods, and I submit do not negatively impact the values of any of those properties. Let me zoom in a little closer to this property. Let's take our immediate neighbor, the Lake Wentworth Inn. Big building runs parallel to Route 28. Go around the corner, 2 more buildings. They actually have a 4th building down on the side there. And everybody that goes to the Allen Albee Beach, or all the homes that are at the end of that, could be just like the Moose Point Road residents people. They drive by that every single day, and I submit that there's no diminution in value of those houses on the other side of the tracks versus the Moose Point people homes if this property is approved, or this application is approved. Go a little further down the road and you have Heckman's Flooring. You drive down Hodshore Road to all the homes on Lake Wentworth. That's probably one of the ugliest approaches you could have in town. And I feel badly for the people that drive down, but I don't think it's had any impact on their value. Go a little further down Kenny Shore Road. We've got the Wolfeboro Bible Church on the right, Pigwood Youth Center on the left. And the youth center has got its own big barn there for storage. And again, I don't believe that that's had any diminution on the value of those Lake Wentworth homes that have to drive by all these buildings. Go a little further, we have then the Allen Furniture. There's 2 other buildings on that property for Allen Furniture. The one that we see with no screening, there's almost an identically sized storage building behind it. Why? Because they need it as part of their mission to be able to sell furniture in Wolfeboro. They also have the patio store, and again, I suggest that it has no diminution in value. The last 2 that I'll end with is Auto Care and Bartlett Tree. Again, big commercial buildings on the same stretch that people drive by to get to town, to get to our homes. I drive by all of these every day, and I submit that it has no diminution in value of the waterfront properties that have to drive by them. So let's look at it from a different perspective. It's been suggested because we have to drive by these buildings, our property or these proposed storage buildings that have value are going to go down. But if you look at Moose Point Road people, they already drive by the Quonset hut. Probably it's not a residential building. Or those that are on McManus Drive already drive by the high school, or those that are on Albee Beach have to drive by Lake Wentworth Inn, which is extremely busy, open 365 days a year. Cars are pulling in and out of that every single day. I noticed that a few of you went to drive by that, and just to get out of that parking lot, there were 3 cars stacked up coming in and going out. When we were on Moose Point Road, I didn't see a single one pass us while we were there for over roughly half an hour. So let's look at it from a different perspective. Let's put yourself in the middle of Lake Wentworth. Let's presume you're standing right in the middle of the lake, and I want you to do a slow 360-degree turn. You will not see the boat storage buildings that they are proposing if they are put in, and you won't see the museum. You won't see any commercial property in the center of Lake Wentworth because there aren't any. Every one of them is in the shorefront residential district, and it is impossible if you're in the middle of the lake to see any commercial property. Now, I've done a number of tax abatement cases on Lake Wentworth, and my data will be a little bit dated, but the town used to value a waterfront lot on Lake Wentworth at around $400,000, no matter where it was, whether you came in from Pleasant Valley Road, whether you came in from Route 109, whether you came in from Route 28. That was pretty much a baseline, despite all the varying buildings that people had to drive by, because the test really for the assessor wasn't what you had to drive by, it's what you got to when you got to the other side of the tracks. When you got to that beautiful, bucolic, serene lake that everybody enjoys, that are at the end of Moose Point Road or any of the other roads that get there. I'd also like to just read 2 statements from 2 real estate agents, Adam Dow and Stephanie Inglis. It'll only take only 2 sentences, and I left them in my briefcase, so just grab them. And we will have a real estate agent, Joy Messinio, is also going to testify on value. But Adam Dow says, "It is my opinion that considering the plan is to hide the buildings as much as possible behind the trees, and more importantly, the residents already driving by commercial venues, adding an additional building will not affect value once completed." Now, Adam owns the local Keller Williams. And then Stephanie Inglis says from Life Lake Realty, "In regards to building 2 storage buildings on museum property, this should not affect the value of the homes on Moose Point Road. Since the goal is to build storage buildings that are aesthetically pleasing, not seen from any neighboring properties, and will be accessed only by those associated with the museum, there should be no impact to other homes. Given the fact that residents already drive past a commercial building, the museum itself, this should also be considered as there isn't a change of use." Now, there's one person that I think does more real estate work in town than anybody else, and that's Wolfeboro's tax assessor. And I submitted the letter at the last hearing with the abutter letters, and our assessor indicated in the paragraph that you already have in your packets that there would be no diminution in value of property if these 2 buildings were built. I want to point that out because he will dwarf any real estate agents based on the volume of properties that he values. Let me change gears just for, yes, ma'am.
Did I hear him correctly?
That's what he said.
Oh.
I'm missing a couple of things, so I'll address that later.
I will submit it again, but I gave you some abutter letters in favor at the last hearing. The very last letter was his. It was stuck to the abutters in favor letter.
Didn't get him.
Okay, well, I have another one, and I will be happy to submit it. Let me change gears and just talk about the Nick for a brief moment, which is our neighbor across the street. And I represented the Nick when this board granted a variance maybe 20 or 30 years ago. And I remember that one board member asked, how do we know that this isn't going to turn into a barren wasteland and this is just going to be a flop? Because that was private, it's not public. And I remember turning to the audience behind me, and I said, because John Pernocas, Mike Appy, and Bob Hopewell is no longer with us, and Tom O'Brien will make sure that this is done right. And I'll do the same thing tonight. all these people here that are part of the Boat Museum will make sure that this is a quality job that is done right. And this is not just a startup like the Nick was. This building and this museum has been in place for over 20 years. It's extremely well run, and they will ensure, the board will ensure, that a quality job is done. And you really can't have a better neighbor than a storage building. Like a cemetery, it's quiet, not any traffic. Testified at the last hearing, maybe 1 or 2 cars will go in and out of a bay a year. It'll be insignificant from a traffic perspective. There was also a question at the last hearing as to, you know, is the Boat Museum going to abandon this site and go to the Bay Street site? The answer is no. They plan on keeping both sites. They need both sites. They need this space just for storage. And if you follow their progress, which I'll say has had hiccups on Bay Street, you'll see that they got an alteration of terrain permit and a special use permit. Just the fact that they needed those 2 permits shows that they've had hiccups just to go forward. It's been difficult. This is our 3rd hearing tonight just to go forward. I'll also just point out in closing that storage buildings are permissible in the residential district, whether they're an accessory use or a primary use. And this is a primary use for the museum. Storage is part of the museum's fabric. It's part of its mission. It's not a different use. It's part of the museum use. There was some question at the last hearing that we needed some better plans. The board had less than a month to try to get some plans. As you know, I represented at the last hearing that White Mountain Survey has been retained to do surveys, but I will pass along that they got an estimate of $21,000 to do plans to go forward to planning board if we get through this board. And that's a lot of money for a 501c organization to have to spend. But nonetheless, they got stamped surveyor plans that you should have had in your package. We dropped them off last week. It shows that these buildings will be 30 feet away. 30 feet away from the wetlands, 25 feet between the buildings. The closest corner of the building is 21 feet off the road, and at the farthest end, over 30 feet, even though there's no setbacks at all from the road because we own the road. The Boat Museum owns this road. The board is also aware, but I'm just reminding it, that if we do get approval this evening, they still have to go through site plan approval for the planning board, which will have a whole nother level of review and jurisdiction. So just to reiterate, I did submit letters at the last hearing from all the immediate abutters, or at least the biggest ones that were close to us. I'll represent that this board does a very good job, and they looked at a lot of different options before they came before this board. This is the best project that they felt they could support. They took into consideration the Moose Point residents' concerns. They met with them a number of times. And it's not that they're trying to expand the museum. They're not trying to increase people coming into the museum or increase parking or increase traffic. They're simply trying to have a place to store their stuff, which is scattered all over, and they need a central area for it. So with that, I would respectfully request that you approve the application as submitted, and I will get Todd Haywood's letter.
Madam Chair, may I ask him a question?
Yes. Are you finished with your presentation?
Sure.
Yes.
Randy, just a quick question. You referred to the 2 separate buildings that are perpendicular to the road that belong to the motel. Can you tell me how long each one of those are?
I don't know how long they are. I drove by them tonight, and I drove by them a couple of weeks ago, and I'm speculating that they're very close in size to the proposed building, just driving by them, but I don't know exactly how long they are. I did not measure them, but they're good size. And they're used every single day with cars in and out, and the Boat Museum storage buildings will not be.
Thank you. Ms. Roderick, may I ask the town planner a question?
Sure.
Travis, can you tell me how wide a parking lot is in front of the buildings down at the motel? I assume they're standard.
How wide the parking lot is?
No, a parking space.
9 by 20.
9?
9 by 20.
Okay, I counted how many there were, and I
Well,
don't,
that's the standard space by zoning. I can't speak to the Lake Wentworth Inn because I have not measured those stalls.
right, I was just trying to get an average, and so I was just trying to picture in my mind comparing those buildings with the ones we're speaking of that are 150 feet.
So somebody from the boat museum just told me they believe they're 152 feet long.
Okay, thank you.
We had some testimony about the heights of the building, and I'm not seeing that information in here. So could you review that, the wall height, the door sizes, the height at the peak?
Say that again?
Earlier, we had some testimony as to what size the doors were, how high this wall height was, and how high the peak was. And I'm not seeing that in any of the written documents that were submitted. Can you tell us what that is?
I believe the representation for the height of the building would be around 20 feet. I'm happy to defer to people on the building committee for the museum if I'm wrong, but the doors are 10 by 10. Yeah, Bob Sterndale, I think, could give you that information.
Let me get that from him okay, but I have some questions for you afterwards.
Go ahead. You want him to answer it? And
If you want to just answer that one limited question right now.
Sure. I'll tell you, we don't have a final design for the building, but the building depicted in the brochure that we developed is going to be about 25 feet tall.
And how big are the doors?
I don't know. I think they're 12 feet high. We wanted 14-foot clearance inside under the roof trusses. So I'm going to guess the doors are maybe 12 feet tall.
And each bay is 14 feet wide, so
Yes.
are you saying the doors are probably 12 by 12?
Probably, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Or close to that.
Would you like, I have some things to ask, but Tim, do you want to ask
Clear.
any questions?
It's more of an observation. I thank you for the scenic tour around town, but a lot of what you referenced were pre-existing before this came about. Towns have a way of evolving, some of them through variance. The bottom line is, I think you would have to agree, it's a residential zone, period.
It's absolutely a residential zone that is no longer residential in character, given all the buildings that I just ran through on that whole strip, on this side of the tracks, on the Route 28 side of the tracks. The other side of the tracks, pristine residential. On the Route 28 side of the tracks, not any longer.
Anything else? Luke, do you have any questions for him?
Not yet.
Okay. One of the supporters spoke, and she talked about the education and the mission statement of the Boat Museum, and she mentioned the recreational aspects. The boat model program, the shared sailboat program, sailboat classes for the full shared sailboat and the small sailboat classes, rides on the Winnie Millie B. And I wanted to just read something and then ask you a question. I really wish that this had an index of page numbers, but unfortunately it does not. So the definition of a museum in our zoning ordinance is an institution for the acquisition, preservation, study, and exhibition of works of artistic, historical, and scientific value. And these activities are on the parcel. They use the parcel in some way. They use this building for storage, I'm assuming, for some of these. Do you consider these accessory uses to the museum?
I don't know that it's relevant for starters, but you're obviously asking the question. If you're suggesting that the variety of programs that they have is great and you're trying to extol on the virtues of the museum, I would have to agree with that. As far as the uses, I know that the museum at its core is a boat museum and it needs storage for those boats.
Okay, so what we're looking at tonight is storage for the boats. It's not related to these other uses. The sailboats are not going to be stored there. The shared sailboat isn't there in the winter. Rides on the Millie B is not stored there. The boat building materials and equipment is not stored there. Is that what you're saying, or are you saying that those are in fact accessory uses to the museum?
Somebody from the museum may be able to better answer that than I, but this will be primarily used to store museum artifacts, exhibits, boats being the primary one. And I suspect that these buildings will be supportive of those programs as well. Sailboats, that kind of thing that they may have, but I'm not sure.
So when you say supportive of, what do you mean? That
they would store stuff
they would
there.
store them, okay.
Yeah, and there's no facilities, as we've indicated. There's no water or sewer. It's just pure storage. Electricity will be to the building, but that's it.
So I did look online at museums, and at boat museums in particular, and there's a lot of education and activity that's typical of a boat museum or any other museum. So I would probably say that these uses are accessory to the museum, as well as the storage. And so then my question is, when the primary use moves, what does this become?
We've indicated we're not going to move.
I think there's testimony and public information out there that, in fact, the Boat Museum is going to move.
They're trying to have a second location in Wolfeboro, not trying to get rid of the first.
So in that second location, will they be displaying boats?
I don't know what that second location. At this location, they have a museum and they like to store all their exhibits and boats, whatever they need there.
So I haven't heard this before. You're saying that when the second museum opens, this museum is going to stay active and functioning as a museum per our definitions, and that none of these boats and other activities that are accessory to this museum location are going to be used over at the other museum location.
You want to try that? Bob may be better able to answer that than I.
Okay. Bob?
Bob Sterndale, Forest Road, Wolfeboro. I'm a trustee at the museum. Madam Chair, your question, I think, misrepresents what a museum is. You've just read the definition of a museum according to the Wolfeboro Ordinance. It lists several functions. Those are all central functions of a museum. A museum is not just an exhibit. An exhibit is certainly part of the museum, and right now that exhibit is at the Center Street site. The primary exhibit will hopefully someday move to Bay Street, but other programs and certainly the storage of a large part of our collection will remain at the Center Street site. So accessory use is a misnomer. This is a central use. This is a central part of a museum. You can't separate storage from museum. Museums own stuff. We have to put it somewhere. A boat museum has boats. We got to put the boats somewhere. Is that clear?
I think that, frankly, you made my point, which was that these other activities are accessory to the museum. and so is the storage of boats in order to be displayed at a museum. The storage now is separated from the museum lot, and the museum is going someplace else, and all these accessory activities are going to be staying on this parcel unless the primary museum stays in that building and uses the accessory uses that it does now. Those accessory uses are going to be attached to another location, and I'm not sure that that is the intent of what accessory means. That's just the use, not even talking about the size.
Madam Chair, does the definition make a distinction between an exhibit and an accessory use? Are some of the uses that are described in the definition of a museum different than others?
I don't know. I believe that all these uses that you've mentioned are accessory to a museum.
Is the exhibit an accessory?
Yes. It's
so
part of the primary use. Yes.
I'm sorry?
Exhibit is listed in the definition.
Well, so are caring for the collection, is it not?
I'm sorry, what?
So is caring for the collection, or some words to that effect?
Yes. Let's take a look at that again.
An institution for the acquisition, preservation, study, and exhibition of works of artistic, historical, or scientific value. Preservation, how do you preserve an antique boat? That's a central function of a museum. It's no
but
different.
It's not the primary function. It might be central, but
Well, I don't know.
it's not primary.
Exhibition is the fourth use mentioned there. Which one is primary?
I would say
You're
that
reading into the
exhibition is
definition something
primary.
that isn't there.
We could go to the standard definition of dictionary and find out, but I believe that most museums, they have collections, they curate, and they have programs and missions, and that includes exhibition of their items.
Certainly, exhibition is a common function of museums. We could look at the state definition of museum.
Okay, what is that?
It says, under the state law, RSA 201E:2 definitions, Roman numeral 2, museum means an institution located in New Hampshire operated by a nonprofit corporation or a public agency, primarily for educational, scientific, historic preservation, or aesthetic purposes, which owns, cares for, exhibits, number 3, studies, archives, or catalogs property. The distinction you have drawn between a primary use and an accessory use is not part of the ordinance. We don't need to look in the dictionary. We have definitions in state law and local ordinance.
Well, I guess we disagree then, because I believe that many of the activities are accessory to the museum, and that my concern is when the primary use of the museum moves, the accessory uses are going to be left on this property.
So if I could just elaborate, in the event that you're correct, really irrelevant, because today we have a primary use and we're asking for a building to support that primary use. And sort of go back to Suzanne, period. We don't have permission to move to Bay Street yet. We're hopeful to go to Bay Street. We may not ever get there. But today, we have a building which is primary. We're asking that this building, whether it's primary or accessory, and I already argued that it was accessory and we should have had an administrative appeal should have been granted, but that was denied. So this is suggesting this is a primary use as well, that the storage is primary as well. But even if it isn't, today, it's permissible either way.
Did I just hear you say that storage is a primary use permissible in that zone?
Correct. Is a museum.
Well, then it wouldn't be a primary use.
Well, again, Bob's suggesting, and
I don't believe that's correct. So we disagree. I mean, that question certainly can be taken to a higher level. Again, many people disagree on many definitions and how to look at words, and we certainly disagree on this one. I'd like to go on to the special exception criteria.
I have one question for Randy.
We have about 5 people that want to talk still.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we can wait on the special exception criteria.
Randy, can
but
I
do
ask
have
you
a
one, I
question?
need to ask one question. The attorney for the people at Moose Point brought up a fact that there are two areas within Wolfeboro where you can have really storage facilities, storage buildings, of which this location is not one of them. One of them was Pine Hill Road, and I can't remember the other one. And you're saying it's different. Can you explain why you're thinking that that type of a building can go with the boat museum where the other attorney said it couldn't?
So we have filed administrative appeal suggesting that as a matter of right, we should have been able to have an accessory building. I believe you voted in favor of that. I think you're the one that voted in favor of that, said we shouldn't even be here for the special exception. We should have already had it granted. But if it is not an accessory use, despite some case law that I said that was supportive of it, the town planner, I believe, could weigh in on this as well, that having storage of the museum is part of its primary mission. And it's, as we just looked at both the state definition and Wolfeboro's definition, just storing exhibits is part of the museum's function. It is a museum building. It isn't just storage, it's part of the fabric of a museum. To have a museum, you need storage, which is why the Wright Museum came in to get a storage building off-site, because they need storage as part of their mission. Anyway, did I answer your question?
Yes.
Anything else?
Speaking to that, yes, they came in for a variance for a storage building.
They did, and the
That's
reason
right.
they came in for variance is they weren't on a state highway. If they'd been on a state highway...
They actually were, they just didn't have their entrance on the state highway, from my recollection. But the point is, they came in for a variance because storage buildings are not permitted as primary uses.
Unless they're part of, so in effect, to take that...
But they're not. Their variance was for a storage facility.
Taking that argument to the extreme, that means I couldn't have a tool shed on my own property because it's storage.
That's residential. This is not residential.
It's permitted by special exception. A museum is permitted by special exception in this district, and utilizing a building to store boats for the mission of the museum, I think, is appropriate. If they're trying to store something else, not. But same thing as having a tool shed for somebody's house, part of the use of the property.
Well, if the house wasn't on the same property as the tool shed, that would not be allowed. So again, we disagree. We can take this question to a higher level, but we disagree. Yes. Just a minute. Tim, did you have your question answered? Okay.
Yep. Randy just answered it.
Yeah. This is the rebuttal, so I'm just making sure we've finished any questions we have for people who have spoken. Okay. Somebody would like to speak in rebuttal?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. Okay. My name is Joy Feeney Massinio. I'm a realtor with Maxfield Real Estate. I've been a realtor for 20 years in Wolfeboro, and I have, during that time, I've sold over $100 million in property, and that would include dozens and dozens of waterfront properties on Lake Winnipesaukee, on Russ Pond, on Crescent Lake, and, in fact, Lake Wentworth. So my comment and what I've been asked to speak to is property values. And I will tell you that, in my professional opinion, that these storage buildings, which I think will be attractive in as best they can be, will not affect property values on Moose Point Road. When we consider evaluating a property for sale, the first thing we look at is the waterfront. And then we look at the view. That's 90% of what we're doing. None of that's going to change for the Moose Point residents. The only thing that will happen is that the entrance through the commercial zone, across the railroad tracks, will slightly be altered. But in fact, it will not, again, in my opinion, change anything to do with the value of the properties there, which I didn't not realize until tonight actually was chorused by the town assessor. But if you have questions about how we evaluate property, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do not.
We've had this come up before as to real estate agents giving their view as a professional. And what we've been told is, correct me if I'm wrong, Sarah, that we need an analysis, something that documents your statements. Do you have something such as that for us tonight?
Well, you'd be asking for what we call a comparative market analysis. And to that point, however, it would be hard to come up with a comp that would, or comparative property that has transitioned their, entrance, which is at least 1,000 feet away from any of the properties, that it would change, the price. I don't have other examples of where that's happened in Wolfeboro. So it would be hard to, or anywhere in the Lakes region, as a matter of fact. I can't tell you. But having shown thousands of homes and to buyers, it wouldn't make a lick of difference, because once they get down to that beautiful location with a beautiful sandy beach and those amazing views over to Copple Crown, you forget everything else. But I think Randy brought up the fact that, Kingswood Golf Club and the Wind Drifter, and you go down there and there's multi-million-dollar homes that have sold for up to and over $5 million. And I would say that some of those homes are probably now valued at closer to $7 to $8 million in today's current market. And it doesn't matter anything about the fact that you have to drive through a parking lot and the Wind Drifter and the Kingswood Golf Club and the maintenance building, and then you go down a dirt road, and then there you are. And as soon as you get to the waterfront, everything else is forgotten. It's as simple as that.
Thank you.
All set.
Get this up a little bit higher. Once again, Bob Sterndale, Forest Road in Wolfeboro. And that's Sterndale with DAL on the end. It was wrong in the draft of the last minute. Madam Chair, members of the board, we're here tonight. I speak on behalf of the New Hampshire Boat Museum in rebuttal of points raised by those objecting to our application. I'd just like to note that the Boat Museum is a nonprofit dedicated to preservation of freshwater boats and culture, run by volunteers and a professional executive director. We're not a big soulless corporation looking to put one over on the residents of Wolfeboro in the name of capitalism or maximizing profits. Our Moose Point neighbors have expressed general support for the museum, and for that we are grateful. Regrettably, their support does not extend to all of the museum's needs. The Moose Point residents, who have been donors and volunteers in the past, have also opposed other facility projects considered by the museum for the site over the past 20 years. This opposition has intimidated prior boards from even attempting to navigate the public process for approval. This board decided to trust the public process for fair consideration by the town of Wolfeboro. I'd like to summarize the objections that have been raised so far. I will relate these to the criteria as I go along. But basically, I've heard, including tonight's discussion, 4 objections. Objection number 1 is that the stormwater runoff will have disastrous consequences for the road and the nearby wetlands. Objection number 2 is that development anywhere near the wetlands will imperil the wetlands. Number 3, the buildings don't look nice. And number 4, new this evening, which you've already heard debated, the argument that storage is not allowed because it's perhaps not a primary use for a museum. I won't belabor that. So let's look at these concerns. Stormwater runoff must be mitigated in accordance with the ordinance. Section 175-23. This is a strict set of requirements established by the town to address such concerns. Stormwater management will be straightforward at this site with the use of low-impact development techniques as noted by a licensed professional engineer. I believe you have a letter to that effect. The preliminary advice of an engineer indicates that adequate mitigation should be achievable. In the normal course of the project, detailed designs will be developed for approval by the Planning Board and Code Enforcement Office. Number 2, the wet areas. The ordinance protects wet areas with buffers and setbacks. Wetlands protections do not encumber land use beyond these limits. Together with the stormwater runoff mitigation, these are the specific requirements that the town has established. We propose to meet these requirements. Number 3, appearance. The museum has an inherent interest in presenting a favorable appearance. Cost-efficient structure alternatives such as metal or membrane buildings were ruled out early on in the process, in part due to a concern for appearance. We opted for a wood frame structure with appearance resembling residential garages. The proposed location and orientation of the buildings minimizes the profile view viewed by the public from Center Street. The proposed buildings are not visible from any residence in the area. No residences abut the property. Our neighbors apparently feel entitled to their preferred view as they traverse their right-of-way across the museum property. The deeds for the respective properties do clearly provide this right-of-way for the museum, the Moose Point neighbors. The deeds do not grant a right of view. Lastly, the museum's good faith effort to adapt our project to the wishes of the neighbors was rejected. In February of 2021, the museum met with the Moose Point Road residents to explain the storage problem that needed to be solved and the proposed solution. At a second meeting in March, the museum offered possible alternate locations for the buildings on the property, all of which were rejected. The Moose Point residents. So let's look at the 8 criteria. I told you I would relate this to them. Site suitability in accordance with the zoning ordinance is number 1. To the extent that history is relevant, the only active use of the site in living memory has been commercial. While it was idle for many years, it has not been residential. The corridor along Center Street, while zoned residential, has from the museum eastward a very small minority of residential uses, with the majority of lots used commercially. You've heard a lot about that already. The appearance of the museum site, including the proposed storage buildings, offers a greener appearance than is generally seen along this stretch of Center Street. I've already discussed stormwater runoff mitigation and wet area protections, which were cited as concerns under this criteria. Tree removal will be outside the wet area buffer. The neighbors have also expressed concern about impaired access to their homes. Big old pines mentioned in their presentation appear to us to represent a significant threat to neighbors' access to their homes. Removing them might be a favor. Criteria number 2, immediate neighborhood impact objections there were based on stormwater runoff and appearance, talked about. 3, no undue nuisance, etc. Stormwater runoff is cited again. An attempt is made to portray traffic at the storage facility as an impediment to Moose Point access. Neither this nor the disparagement of our volunteers is credible. The traffic volume for the proposed use will be insignificant. Simple courtesy by the parties involved and any rare inconvenience is all that is required. Museum boat storage is an infrequent access use that does not generate significant traffic, noise, dust, fumes, light, or other objectionable stuff. Criteria 4, public services, no objections were raised. No public services are contemplated. Number 5, appropriateness of the site plan. Our updated preliminary site plan shows the locations and dimensions of buildings in more detail, demonstrating the clear feasibility of compliance with all ordinance dimensional requirements. The building locations meet the required wetland setback and distance between the buildings. The space in front of the proposed buildings and Moose Point Road is sufficient for boat and vehicle movements. Remind you, it's a private road, not a public road. There is no setback that applies. This proposal complies with dimensional requirements, compliance that is assured by subsequent planning department and planning board reviews. Construction will comply with the ordinance building height limit, which is 30 to 35 feet, depending on the roof pitch. I don't think we're going to come close to that. While there is no applicable setback requirement, distance from the structure to the road will be 20 to 30 feet and 30 for most of the distance along the road. Number 6, immediate neighborhood integrity. The proposed buildings are not visible from any residents in the area, and there are no residences abutting the property. The use proposed is museum storage only. Museum exhibits change annually, involving the movement of a handful of boats, so we anticipate routine boat movement traffic of less than 20 moves per year. Required stormwater management using low-impact development techniques will prevent impacts of stormwater and snowmelt to the road. The neighbors again invoke their dislike of the appearance of the storage structures. The neighbors offer conjecture about conceivable future use of the property, conjecture that may be more immediately relevant if the museum is forced to look elsewhere to meet its needs. The storage buildings will be good, quiet neighbors. Impact on property values. The neighbors argue that a violation of their view right would adversely affect their property values. In the first place, a view right does not exist. It cannot be violated. A look at the assessor's records for these properties shows that the bulk of their value is in the land. The value of the land is in the waterfront. The storage buildings have no discernible impact on the value of these waterfront properties. You've heard conflicting testimony from real estate professionals. Is this a real impact, or is it an opportunistic exaggeration by neighbors who would like to exercise control over a property they do not own? Number 8, the proposed use or structure is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the limit of the master plan. Now, we've covered this in some detail already, I guess, but for the benefit of those board members who are not certain that this is an accessory use, the ordinance specifically allows a museum on this site subject to your approval. The proposed structures are clearly components of a museum as defined by both town ordinance and state statute. You've heard those, I won't read them again. The master plan recommends that the town support museum facilities and plan future expansion efforts by promoting Wolfeboro as the museum hub of New Hampshire. I didn't make that up. It's in the master plan. In summary, I'll be almost done. In planning its storage facility, the Boat Museum has endeavored to meet Wolfeboro's zoning requirements. We believe the ordinance provides the standards for reasonable development applicable to all town properties. The ordinance defines the process required for project approval, including special exception application, site plan review, and building permit approval. These steps together provide a thorough evaluation of the proposal. The New Hampshire Boat Museum is comprised of all the functions of a museum recognized by both the town and the state. A museum is not just a building where some collection is exhibited. The museum must properly store and care for its collection. We intend to continue to expand our education offerings. If a new museum exhibit and administration building is completed in the future on Bay Street, museum functions of collection, care, preservation, and education will continue to operate on Center Street in the current and proposed buildings. The New Hampshire Boat Museum is a long-standing contributor to the economy, culture, education, and recreation of the community of Wolfeboro. Hundreds of volunteers and thousands of residents and visitors are touched by the museum regularly. The museum has appointed many new board members in recent years. Our new director contributes abundant energy, expertise, and enthusiasm. Our collection is growing dramatically. That's why we need storage. Museum visitation is up, participation in museum programs is up, membership is rapidly recovering from the pandemic slump. The Boat Museum is growing and succeeding. Supposed to do that, I think. The Bay Street site simply does not accommodate the storage facility we need. It just doesn't fit. There's no way to put it there. if we meet all the regulations and requirements, setbacks, and, you know, there's a patch of wetlands in the middle of it. We will need to be able to fully utilize the Center Street site. The museum wants to remain a member of the Wolfeboro community. The difficulty and expense of the museum has experienced on Bay Street and Center Street in trying to continue the museum mission puts the viability of staying in Wolfeboro in question. The board has trusted this public process for determining the fate of the storage buildings on Center Street for the benefit of the broader community. For the benefit of our audience, the state law requires that all special exceptions shall be made in harmony with the general purpose and intent of zoning ordinance and shall be in accordance with the general or specific rules contained in the ordinance. We believe the museum's application meets all general and specific rules in the ordinance. We respectfully request the ZBA approve this special exception application. Thank you. Can I answer any questions?
I do have a question about the site plan. Do you have a question?
I don't know if you're the appropriate person to ask, but of the approximately 12 acres, there's 2 lots, approximately 12 acres each. How much, what size is the easement? How large is the easement, and what approximate size area is the wetlands out of the 12.82 acres?
Yeah, I don't, is that shown on the plan that you have? I guess it isn't. I believe the site is about 12 acres, of which 8 or 9 is in the wetlands easement.
Is it 8 or 9 wetland?
8 or 9 acres in the wetlands easement.
And the wetlands is the easement?
Yes.
This, the plan that we're looking at was developed in the underlying plan,
Yeah, I think it's from 2005.
was developed in 2005. Do you, I don't see it on here, it might be because it's on another part, but did they identify what type of wetlands this is? Is it poorly drained or very poorly drained? And my second question is, somebody has gone out and marked the edge of the wetlands. Were those monumented in any way, or when that, does that need to be re-evaluated?
They will need to be monumented again, I presume.
I'm sorry, what?
They will need to be monumented again, I presume.
Okay.
The same wetlands engineer that delineated the wetlands in 2005 revisited the site and told Jim Rines that the wetlands were still, the boundaries were going to be like they hadn't moved. So the 2005 delineation is, at least at this point in the evolution of the design, is found to be still valid.
I guess my question is, I don't know whether or not our setbacks from various types of wetlands have changed since 2005, and whether they identified, if not, whether they identified what kind of wetlands that is.
They did. I don't want to tell you what I remember because I'm not sure that I remember it correctly, but I can tell you that the engineer that prepared that preliminary layout for us referred to the ordinance in choosing the setbacks and the buffer and the setback. It's 25 feet for one and 30 for the other.
And what did he refer to on the existing plan as to what type of wetlands it was?
I believe it's on the existing plan somewhere.
Okay, it's not on the part that I have.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So I would like to, have that verified. Perhaps he could make a comment on that.
Do we have a copy? We have a copy.
I'd be happy to look at that if you wanted to bring that up.
I can tell you that the question has been asked and the answer determined, but I'm not sure I can give you documentation.
Tavis, do you have any way of checking to see when last the setback part of the ordinance was amended for any reason? It's not in my book, so I can't tell.
Well, if it doesn't call out an amendment in the book, it's the date that it was adopted. I'm sure is.
I'm sorry, what?
If there isn't an amendment cited in the Wetlands Overlay Conservation District, then it's the date that it was adopted originally.
The buffer and setback shown on the new plan that you have was added currently. It's not a reference to an old ordinance.
I couldn't understand what you said.
The smaller plan that you have there, the 11 by 17 version, the buffer and setback lines that are depicted there, those were added recently, currently.
I understand the setback line was added by the engineer who stamped this plan based on the original plan that I believe you have.
Yep.
My question is, does the original plan call out what type of wetlands it is?
I don't see it here.
So my question being, I don't know that in 2005, the wetlands were assessed in the same way as they are under our current ordinance.
The relationship between what type of wetlands and the setbacks?
Correct.
Yeah. I can't give you documentation, but we have asked that question in determining what we have, at least preliminarily, made that determination before attempting to place the buildings where we did.
And in what way did you preliminary determine that?
Probably a conversation with the Jim Rhines, who was intended to do the full.
So you're saying Jim Rhines has gone out and basically in a general way verified what kind of wetlands it is as respect to the setback that's required?
I believe that's where the information came from. I can't tell you that, as an oath, but yeah, I don't know where else I would have gotten it.
Is Jim Rhines a wetland scientist or a surveyor?
He's a civil engineer. He employs
I understand he has a big firm. I guess what I would like to be more comfortable with is having a stamped letter by a wetland scientist that evaluates what kind of wetland that is that's appropriate for this 30-foot setback.
I don't think we'll be able to produce that this evening.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question of Tavis?
Yes.
On this wetlands issue, would this not be an issue that would be addressed down the road at Planning Board as well?
Planning board site plan would require a wetland scientist to make the delineation and confirm. Once that was done, that would determine the type of soils that were involved, whether it be poorly drained or very poorly drained, and then that would relate specifically to the particular setback. The setbacks I cannot find have changed since 2004.
Thank you.
And I understand that they may look at that. My question is, if they end up being something else, this applicant will be back before the board with a variance for that, and after having done a significant amount of additional work before going to the planning board.
Yeah, Madam Chair, we really don't want to be in that situation. We'll be careful. You can be assured that when we get to the planning board, the wetlands, soil type, and delineation will be properly documented.
Mm-hmm. Two things. One relevant to what you just said about they would go to the planning board. If there's issues there, they have to come back. It's my understanding, you can correct me, I'm sure, Tavis, if I'm wrong, but whatever approval we end up giving, if we do, that's what the planning board has to go from. They can't make changes from what we approve without coming back to us. That's how I've understood it for a long time.
Well, again, in this case, the application is a special exception for storage buildings. So that's what would need to go to the planning board. I think the planning board and or the zoning board and or anyone that wanted to appeal any decision, that if hypothetically, right now the storage buildings are shown 30 feet off the right of way. So if it turned out that the wetland had moved and the setback had fluctuated a little bit, it might be that the buildings end up 28 feet off the road. The question would then have to come back to the zoning board. If the board were to grant the special exception, and then it went to the planning board, and because the wetland delineation was done and the building moved to 28 feet, the zoning board would have to be asked the question, is your decision on the special exception substantially impacted by a building 28 feet as opposed to 30 feet?
Well, yeah,
Or the applicant could request a variance.
yeah, well, my was just to add some clarification to what Audrey was saying. And secondly, again, to Tavis, I think, under the setback section, percentage of lot coverage, 30%, when they calculate that, do they subtract out the 8 acres of wetland and then calculate the percentage of coverage?
Let me look into that for you for a second.
What's that?
Let me look into that for you for a second.
He's going to look into it.
Current questions?
I just want to look at my notes for a bit, and this is the time we can decide whether we're done with the public hearing. Rebuttals, okay. Rebuttals to the rebuttal. Right, so you guys have gone twice and you've gone once. You're so right. Yes, Dan.
In 2003, the setback was 50 feet for all wetlands. At least 2008, possibly more recent than that, when it changed to 30 feet for poorly drained, 75 for very poorly drained. So it was after 2005.
Okay, can you repeat that again?
In 2003, there was a blanket 50-foot setback from all wetlands.
Okay.
That changed to 30 feet at some point after 2005. It may have.
Gotcha.
It was at least 2008, but may have been more recently than that.
So if I understand what you're saying, nobody probably bothered differentiating this wetland because it wasn't an issue when this plan was made.
Correct.
So that doesn't need to be looked into.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you. Yes, Tavis.
To answer Suzanne's question, lot coverage by definition in 175 is the percent of the total lot area which may be covered by all impervious surfaces, including but not limited to structures, sidewalks, parking areas, roads and driveways, excluding travelways / right-of-ways for access to other lots. It does not separate out wetland areas.
They're allowed to calculate that in.
Correct. Well, it's the reason I needed to look and make sure what the definition was is because it's a very different animal when you're doing a subdivision. In subdivision, you're not allowed to count areas that you can't build in for buildable areas, so I just wanted to be sure.
Anybody else in favor before I move to the other side of the room?
Bob Conrad, Clark Road here in Wolfeboro, and I'm a trustee for the museum. To the question that was just asked, because I had checked this, that including the 12,000 square feet of the building, and assuming the space between the building and Moose Point Road is also impervious, with those of the total 12.85 acres, the total impervious area is just about 11%, far below the 30% threshold for residential.
Thank you.
And one other comment on the other question with the wetland is, yes, Jim Rhines, he runs White Mountain Survey. In December, what Bob was referring to was Jim Rhines had the same wetland scientist who did the original survey come back out because we wanted to know what the setback needed to be. He told us at that time, although we didn't present documentation for it here, the answer was 30 feet. So we've trusted that answer, which is why we've assumed that so far in the planning. Thank you.
Great. And so that formal information will be before the planning board. Thank you. Anybody would like to, one more.
My name is Donnie McLean, 445 North Main Street. In observation this evening, in listening, I didn't come prepared to submit anything to you in writing, but I have friends on this side that would be not in favor of the building as we've already seen, and I've got friends over here that definitely want to do this. Dave Denby and I, for a long while, I manage a large property on Lake Wentworth, and we maintain a road that is deeded right away for people down on the lake. We're not obligated to provide them with any kind of particular view on the way across our property. However, we are conscientious and want to do the best that we can for our neighbors. Also, the talk about driving past a storage building or some obtrusive building, making a difference to the whole aspect of getting down to the waterfront. At our main gate is a huge storage building, and you have to go by our maintenance shed to get down to the waterfront. And the properties sell at high value, above market value usually, and we have people lined up to buy them. So I just wanted to make an observation. I really believe that in the real world, these aesthetics that we're talking about, when you drive by a building, you have to go through a deeded right-of-way. The person that owns the road isn't obligated to keep all the trees or limit the number of trees that they have. It's a deeded right-of-way, and we have people that traverse our property, and we do want to take care of it for them as best we can, and I'm sure the museum wants to do the very same thing.
Thank you. So that I don't get caught off guard again, is there anybody else that would like to speak in favor?
I'm Carl Crosley, and I'm Vice Chair of the Wolfeboro Wentworth Watershed Association. I had prepared a statement, but I did not wish to deliver that since it's more appropriate for another venue given what's happened here. We're talking about setbacks. There is another consideration other than setbacks, 175-7, wetland buffer. Wetland buffer is more restricted than setback and is totally undisturbed land. The buffer for non-prime wetland, and I guess this is not a prime wetland, is 25 feet. And that means there is only 5 feet that this construction can take place that can do anything to it during construction outside the property of the 30 feet that they've listed in. It would be extremely tight to get it done and stay within the wetland buffer regulation.
Thank you. Anybody else in favor would like to speak? Anybody opposed would like to speak? As the bell tolls, he approaches the stand.
I'll be so bold as to suggest that Carl was not speaking in favor.
Could you move your microphone down, please? Otherwise, you're going to get a crick in your neck.
And did you hear what I just said? Okay.
He was speaking in favor.
He was not speaking.
He was not speaking. He was speaking not in favor.
I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, thank you.
I want to respond to some of the comments that were made tonight, but first, I want to take us back to the beginning of the evening with that site visit. One of the things that we focused on has been the footprints of these buildings. And they were laid out tonight, and you can see that they are pretty extensive. Basically, the Boat Museum is asking to lay out 325 feet of building and setback down the length of Moose Point Road. That's pretty big in its own right. 12,000 square feet is pretty extensive. But as Carl just pointed out, these structures of this kind don't get built from within the footprint. You need to go outside the footprint and do a lot more disturbance of the surrounding land in order to do the construction. So the footprint doesn't even begin to tell you the kind of disruption that these buildings would impose on Moose Point Road. As you saw, the plan submitted by the Boat Museum tonight by Blakeman Engineering shows the buildings coming even closer than the original proposal to Center Street. The original application described the buildings, if I can find it, described proposed the buildings. The buildings are located well off Center Street and nestled in a wooded forest. That's the description in the application before you of what these buildings would be like. I'm pretty sure we saw tonight that that would not be the case. In fact, the buildings would be exposed to Center Street on 3 sides. I also want to talk about some of the issues that people who have stepped up here tonight have dismissed. I have some photos that I would like to share with the board from a recent rainstorm, fairly modest rainstorm, and what was happening on Moose Point Road. May I, Madam Chair?
Yes.
There are 3 of them, so I'm just going to spread them out and ask the board members to share them. What you're looking at when you get them are not puddles. They're not puddles. That is moving water running down the road after a modest rainstorm a couple of days ago. That's with all the trees, all the ground cover in place. Now what we're proposing to do is put 12,000 square feet of impervious surface within 25 to 30 feet of that road. It's easy to dismiss, as some people here did tonight, the impact that that would have on Moose Point Road. It's easy to do that if you don't live there, if you don't have to use that road in rainy weather, in springtime, when there's snow melt, turning it into mud. The impact would be significant. The visual impact of these buildings would be significant. I think the question was asked tonight, how big are those garage doors? If we go by the dimensions in the application, there would be 20 of them, 20 garage doors, each 12 feet wide, 12 feet high. That's not anything that you would find in a residential zone. It's totally out of character. These buildings belong in an industrial park. That's where they belong. They have no place in a residential neighborhood. I just want to address a couple of comments that were made at the beginning of the rebuttal. It was a suggestion that the folks on Moose Point Road are not abutters. Technically, they're not. But if I read the ordinance and the requirements for a special exception, it doesn't say, it doesn't ask what the impact is on abutters. It asks what the impact is on the neighborhood. And if the folks on Moose Point Road are not in the neighborhood, then nobody is. This is our only access to our homes. Comparing buildings, historical buildings in town, such as the Libby Museum, which are situated on a state highway, as is the Wentworth Winds Motel, to two brand new structures of commercial scale and commercial design, it makes no sense at all. There is no comparison. If you can build structures of this sort on Moose Point Road, then where can't you build them? Can you build them can we go to the folks on Sergeant's Pond Road and say, we're going to build a couple of these at the top of the road, and don't worry about it, it's going to have no impact on your property values? Can we go to people on Governor's Shore Road, a couple of dozen homes on that road, and say, we're going to put up a couple of 6,000 square foot storage buildings that were never there before, but don't worry, it's not going to have any impact on your property values? To Suzanne Ryan's point, you have conflicting testimony tonight about the impact on property values. But here's the thing. The opponents of this proposal don't have to establish anything. The burden is on the applicant to demonstrate that there is no impact. And as Suzanne pointed out, the way you normally would do that is a fairly technical analysis, which you have not received. In the end, I want to say to the board, this is a problem of the Boat Museum's own creation. Nobody has pulled the rug out from the museum here. Nobody has changed the rules on them. The property we're talking about here is the property that they've been on since 2000. Same property, same limitations. The wetlands are the wetlands as they were in 2005. The conservation easement that's on that wetlands is the conservation easement that the Boat Museum's Board of Directors approved in 2005. And most importantly, the zoning regulation that places this property squarely in a residential area is the same zoning regulation that was in effect when the museum bought the property. This is an unfortunate problem on their part, but it's not one that any of us created, and it should not be solved on the backs of people who did not create it, of people who will take a loss in terms of property values and in terms of quality of life from these things. I would ask the board to reject this proposal for a special exception. Thank you.
Do we have other speakers?
Good evening. I will be brief. My comments to rebuttal.
Your name again, please.
Jason Reimers, R-E-I-M-E.
Is he not close enough? Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
So what I'm giving you is is this better? Is a printout from their website that I did today. And if you turn to the second page, there's a picture of the existing building and the proposed building. Madam Chair, you had asked a question about the future relocation of the museum, and there was a colloquy about, well, will the new building be the principal one, or would the existing one be the principal one? And I think after the move, it's obvious that the proposed storage structures, as well as the existing building, all of them will be accessory to the new site. And the state definition of museum is irrelevant. The relevant definition is your definition of accessory use, which is incidental and subordinate to the main use. And the size and use of these buildings is not incidental. Yes, museums have storage needs, but almost any permitted use, whether it's permitted as of right or special exception, could argue that that storage is primary to their use. However, here, storage facilities is its own primary use, especially of this size, and is only allowed in 2 districts. It's an affiliated use, but it's not an accessory incidental use. It's been suggested by the Boat Museum that this is a primary use, yet we're here for an application for an accessory use. So you are here to determine, based on this being a proposed accessory use. The gentleman representing the Boat Museum said that there's not a view right. He may be right, but the Boat Museum still must satisfy all 8 of the criteria, and the character of the neighborhood, relevant. Other similar thoughts are relevant to multiple of those criteria. And as far as the real estate goes, it was mentioned that we've got conflicting opinions provided, and it was pointed out that we don't have an actual study that's been done, and that a study might be the only real evidence that can be relied upon. And Attorney Walker's tour of town, while insightful, it's not proof when he says, that this commercial building hasn't affected the value of these residences. We don't know if that's true. Just saying it doesn't make it a fact. You would only know if a study was actually done to see if that commercial building actually had an effect. And just because people are lining up to buy properties and that properties are selling isn't an indication that there's no diminution of property values. They may still be selling, but if they may be selling at a lower amount if there's a particular use nearby. So maybe with property values, you've got conflicting evidence and it's a wash, but it's the applicant's burden, like Rich Massey just said, to provide affirmative evidence that there will not be diminution of property value, and you do not have that in the record tonight. Thank you.
Since I was here tonight representing 2 abutters to the property, I just feel compelled to correct statements. I think I heard at least twice that there are no residential abutters to this property. I spoke on behalf of 2 residential abutters. Tanya Albee is a residential abutter. She's opposed. Sandy and John Christofferson are residential abutters, and they are opposed to this. So I think it's a little bit of a miscommunication or misstatement that there are no residential abutters. There are 2, and they are both opposed. Thank
you. Any other speakers opposed to the project? Does the board have any questions for anybody else in the audience or the applicant at this point? Sounds like we're ready to close the public hearing. Going to close the public hearing and the board will deliberate. You want to go ahead?
I'm going to repeat something that you said. This is a reminder about a special exception. And this comes from the New Hampshire Office of State Planning. While they can be allowed in the terms of the ordinance, if allowed, the ordinance should list the specific use to be permitted under the category and also the conditions that must be met. We do not have the specifics of a storage facility or storage building within the special exception in our criteria. I will bring you back to the purpose and intent of the residential zone. That's where we start, because it is what it is. It's a residential zone. 175-78. The residential district has a district boundary based on the availability of public water services. It is designed to provide medium-density development near the central services in a manner that is typical in many New England villages, with adequate safeguards. Certain other types of uses, such as home occupation, agricultural, and bed and breakfast uses, will be permitted. Now that's the red flag to tell you what other uses can be used that would be an underlying use to a residential zone. If you go to 175-81, which is just to give you the flavor of it, it might not be the one that's pertinent to this, because this is 175-86, which I'll get to. Permitted uses. One of the following dwelling unit structure is permitted per lot. And so they take this residential zone and they break it down into permitted uses and then special exceptions. And all the permitted uses are dwelling structures, single dwelling, single detached, duplex, accessory structures, and I'll get to that. Accessory uses, I'll get to that. Home occupations, the keeping and harboring of livestock in accordance with New Hampshire best management practices. It's telling you what that zone is supposed to be. Then they say special exceptions, 175-82, farming, veterinarians, churches, conservation dwelling, unit bed and breakfast, residential uses. In-home daycare, home occupation, and then museums on lots with frontage. They don't go on to say museum with the allowance of accessory buildings. Accessory buildings are typically for in-home occupation in a residential zone. And I'll take us back to the definition of accessory. Accessory buildings are structures. A structure containing no habitable space detached from a principal building on the same lot and incidental and subordinate to the principal building. Accessory structures shall be limited to a maximum of 2 per lot plus 1 additional structure for each 80,000 square feet over the required minimum lot size. Swimming pools, tennis courts, and the like, and like outdoor residential sports facilities, well-housed dog houses, septic systems, parking areas shall be exempt from the number of limitations on accessory structures. Again, those are all residential, tied to residential uses. Accessory use, a use of land or a building on a portion thereof which is incidental and subordinate to the principal use of the land or building and located on the same lot with such principal use. It must be subordinate and incidental. I do not see it as that. And I do not see it as tying it into a residential zone. The fact that they got a special exception to put in an existing building, I don't think should weigh in on what we're looking at now. What we're looking at now is creating a commercial use in a residential zone that is not going to be subordinate and incidental. It's going to be a major change to that area.
Luke, Tim, Sarah?
I don't mind going.
You can go closer to your microphone, please.
And let me preface my comments on the fact that, you know, a lot of people on both sides with a lot of passion, and, you know, it's important to hear from the public on both sides, especially in an issue like this. After the 3+ hours of information that we received, I keep coming back to two issues that I'm concerned about, and they're more just feeling this out, but we keep coming back to the issue of whether the boat museum is going to leave this location and move to Bay Street, and this is going to be their, basically what we're calling is their giant storage facility. And I feel that caution should be used when, especially amongst the board, because right now, Bay Street is only a hypothetical. It's not a done deal. They're not approved to be there. They haven't raised all the money they need to run. So for me, looking at this is all that I'm looking at right now. I'm not worried about what could or might or happen on Bay Street. This is my focus. And I feel for myself, if you remove all the testimony other than the presenters, and you just focus strictly on the presentation that we've been given, would this board have, if there was not those for and against it, would this board have easily approved this? And when I answer that, in having been on the board for a while, I think the answer is yes. So my third issue is what they're asking for. If there was a board at some point that approved this special exception, putting this museum in this building, and it's logical that as a museum grows, and Wolfeboro is becoming a museum community, that there is going to need to be storage for the artifacts. And what a boat museum has for artifacts is the boats. And just as the Libby Museum may be expanding in the near future to house a new exhibit that's being donated, the boat museum is going to need to expand in order to do that. And that's a lot of thinking out loud. And that's where I'm at right now. Thank you.
Yes, Sarah.
Okay. I can agree with some of what Luke said. I agree that museum needs a place to store what they have, their exhibits. The question that we're being asked is this an appropriate spot for that storage? And the question is this an accessory use or is it not? And I kind of agree with Luke when we have heard a lot of testimony about the various aspects of our 8 points that we have to look at. But I think the basic thing that we really need to look at is this really an accessory use? This is a residential area. You can have an accessory use for a residential area. However, this is not, a museum is not a residence. It's been allowed by special exception. And I feel it would be more appropriate to address this as a variance and not as a special exception because I don't feel that it meets all the points.
All right, Tim?
I look at it that if you look, you mentioned the Libby Museum, they're in their plans looking to expand and add some additional storage in there for the Bieber, I think it's the Bieber Foundation is donating quite a bit to them. I look at it that no matter what I vote tonight, 50% of the people are going to be ticked off and 50% of the people are going to be happy. So taking that emotion out of it and looking at what the law states, I believe that that particular location has the right to put in accessory buildings on their property. Get rid of all the emotions and everything out of there. You may like it or not like it. I think they have the right to do it.
Yes?
Would you tell us what the law is that states they can do that?
I think Attorney Walker pointed that out, but Ness Tavis. They have the right on that particular piece of property to put an accessory use, in your opinion?
I was asking you. You're the one.
I'm not a lawyer.
Statement.
What I was doing was listening to what the attorney that represented the boat museum, and I happen to agree with him.
And what specifically did he say that was the law that you
That the museum on that
yourself
particular
to?
piece of property has the right to an accessory use.
It's not a right. It has to be by special exception.
I guess the only point of clarification I would add is the application seems very clear that they're asking for a special exception for accessory structures, not an accessory use. So in staff's review, it was a use permitted by special exception, which is a museum, and these would be accessory structures, not uses, in support of a special exception museum. So the discussions that staff had with the boat museum was, it's understood you have a special exception for a museum. Now you're asking for a special exception for a museum with accessory structures. Is the zoning board going to grant that? Yes or no? It was never a question in front of staff as to whether it was accessory use or not. Just a museum with accessory structures. Very similar to what Luke was just touching on. Had the original application been a museum structure with accessory buildings, that's what the board would have been asking at the time. So in this case, in staff's view, there's a property with a current special exception for a museum. They're asking to have that modified or treated anew as a special exception for a museum with accessory structures. If that fails for a special exception and or variance or other things, it would still remain a property with a special exception for a museum as it currently sits.
Yes?
12,000 square feet is not incidental and subordinate to the museum.
Who made that decision? That's your opinion.
That's right. That's her opinion.
It's opinion.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I believe the attorney for those that are opposed, I believe that the attorney for those opposed to the project stated that.
Stated what?
That when we're talking about the size and whether it's incidental,
Right.
That it is not.
Yes, he did. So I don't believe that incidental and subordinate is weighed only by the size. So I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with that. The way I look at accessory uses is if one goes, is the other one necessary? That's what's accessory. It supports the primary use. If the primary use goes away, is there any reason for that accessory use to be there? That's what accessory means to me. So I'm not, I don't want to go through my list, but.
Can I just make a comment on, we just need to make sure that we're not talking about use, we're talking about accessory building.
Right.
And I don't know how you can have an accessory building that is twice the size of the primary building. I have a hurdle there.
I understand that viewpoint. You guys both agree on that, but I don't know how you do how do you judge the magnitude? There's plenty of accessory uses that may be bigger than the primary use. Look about a residential house with a riding arena, for instance. So there's a lot of accessory uses that aren't proportional in size and shape to the primary use. It's more that if the primary use is there, it needs that space. If it's not, that space no longer has a meaning. I think it's interesting, the discussion about whether this, you know, you're right, I understand that this application is before us, not the application of what happens if and when they move. On the other hand, I think we need to be clear that if and when they move, they are, the expectation is that they won't be using this lot for accessory uses to the boat museum. The main use will have moved. Now, we can't prevent the approval maybe from going forward with this, but I think it needs to be clear that these uses are accessory, the building is accessory, and it can't be accessory to something that has moved. An accessory use is located, a use or land of a building or a portion thereof which is incidental and subordinate to the principal use, which I just covered, of the land or building and located on the same lot with this principal use. You can't split up a principal use and accessory uses. Now, the argument's been made that storage of boats is actually a principal use of a boat museum. I don't believe that's an accurate assessment of that definition. You could go on and say, well, it's a principal use to, you know, give sailing lessons. It's not. Those are all accessory uses, and they're great accessory uses. They should be part of a boat museum, but they can't be separated and put on a different place than the museum. And if these buildings and this use is permitted, they're going to be spending six figures or more for this, and there's in my opinion, a very good likelihood that they will have to not use this for that purpose down the road. The special exception is only for a museum. It's not for any other use in that district, although I will say that recreational uses are permitted by special exception, and all these other accessory uses are actually also residential uses. So there's something there, but it doesn't have anything to do with this, what we're hearing tonight. Besides that, those two issues, I don't think this application meets a number of the other criteria in the special exception list, and I don't know, does anybody want to go through those one by one?
Do we have a motion first?
We're just going to go through them and speak to them. Guess I have to find them first. Okay, site suitability. The site definitely has some challenges. Just as far as the environmental issues, it appears that those will meet the intent of the ordinances that regulate them from what we have seen. If they don't, they'll come back for other approvals if necessary. Does anybody else want to speak to the site suitability?
regarding site.
Could I just interrupt a minute? Tavis, is there any way to determine whether we actually are still being recorded? Because last time we got cut off halfway, and a lot of our deliberation was not recorded in detail. Thank you. Susanna, if you want to go ahead. Suzanne, are you thinking? Or do you want to speak to the site suitability? Or do you want to wait? I'm going to assume we're okay. I would just like to verify that. I would go, yeah, because we have a minute taker. Just be aware that the sound might go off.
He said thumbs up.
Okay.
Site suitability. The museum's proposed new construction of 12,000 square feet has the issue of the roof, the impervious roof surface, which will create a change in the flow of the runoff into and between the wetlands conservation easement and eventually tributary down into Lake Wentworth. So I don't think, because of the 12,000 square feet of roof, that is a suitable site for environmental purposes.
When they go in front of the planning board, they're going to have to demonstrate that they have a way to get rid of that water. And if they can't do it, the plan will not be accepted. So I think that's outside of what we're looking at right now.
We have to evaluate that under site suitability, and we've heard testimony to that, and we can certainly figure out that a 12,000 square feet is roof that's not pervious. It's going to run off. Where's it going to run off? Either into the road they're concerned about or into the wetland. So, yes,
Well, they have
agreeable.
An engineer will design a system that will contain it.
It's agreed that the planning board does the specifics on this, but we do an overview, and I'm relating to you what I've heard. You have your right to your opinion, and I have a right to mine.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah or Luke, do you want to weigh in on the site suitability beyond what we have already done?
I had a couple concerns about the site suitability, only because of the fact that I just can't get back that nestled in the trees when they're going to be taking out. We were down there today looking at it, and several of the members of the board were walking into the woods to do that 40 feet back to find the back two posts, and we could hardly see them. And so they're taking down a lot of forest there, which is a shame for a number of reasons. And it's also, all those trees they're taking down are no longer going to be working to take care of a lot of that runoff. They do have, I will agree with Tim that they do have a lot that engineers can do to try to take care of additional runoff, but we haven't heard anything that would indicate they'd be into some type of mitigation or what do they call those? Help me, but I can't ask him. They're not ponds, but they're areas where you have vegetation and whatnot that will absorb the runoff.
Luke?
I didn't have anything on this. I mean, I feel like we can go through each of these, and I mean, I could give adequate usable space, but I mean, I see where everyone else is coming from as well. And I think we should go through this. I don't want to belabor the point. If we're gonna move on to variance anyways, I can discuss more there. So though I agree with going through all these points, I really feel like we should have a motion on the floor and then go through it. That's how I thought we did it in the past, but I'm good either way.
I think my only issue with that is that there are different criteria for the variance, so I do want to get our thoughts on record for these items, one way or the other, so. Immediate neighborhood impact. Looking at the last sentence, I don't believe this is going to create a lot of vibration, dust, glare, heat, smoke, fumes, gas, or odors. I don't think the hours of operation are going to be an issue. The planning board hopefully will deal with any lighting, which is the one thing I can see that might be an issue as far as the types of impacts that this number 2 is talking about. I don't think there'll be a large amount of picking up or dropping off traffic. That's my feeling on number 2. Anybody else like to weigh in on that?
Well, I do see that there could be this issue of boats being stored in and out, special events that may happen. It's a gravel road. You're going to have pedestrians wandering around at the special events and so forth, so there could be that periodic hazard.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I think Suzanne kind of also included number 3 in her answer.
That's what I was just going to say. That's sort of number 3. The only thing I would see with number 3 under nuisance and all is several times they've testified to impervious surface in that short little distance. It's about 21 feet and taking boats in and out. I could possibly see that there might be maybe a couple times a year is what they refer to swapping their their boats around for their displays. They could be blocking the right-of-way because they did refer at one time in their testimony that about using the road as part of the impervious surface for backing these boats up. And by the time you get a vehicle in a boat or a tractor in a boat or whatever, it could temporarily block the right-of-way, which probably is a minor inconvenience unless there was some type of fire or health emergency.
Okay. For availability of public services and facilities, I don't see that as applying.
Not applicable.
Everybody agree? Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Appropriateness of site, hang on a second. I thought we did this, appropriateness of site plan.
Don't have a site plan from the planning board to review.
I guess we did site suitability, which is a little bit different. I think the site plan is deficient and is going to be much more information on that as it goes to the planning board. So whether or not we're expected to have a full site plan that indicates all of this, here it is on the list. I don't know what to think about that.
I would agree that in general it's sufficient to
deficient.
For the purpose.
I feel it's deficient.
You do?
Oh yes, I do.
All right. I think that for the purposes of going through the special exception, that it meets the criteria, but when we get to a variance, that might be a different story.
I don't have the list in front of me of what's supposed to be turned in with a special exception with regard to the site plan. That would answer this question.
I don't have it in front of me either.
But nevertheless,
I was going to say the one thing that I heard from the abutters was that it's been presented to us as it would be nestled in the woods. It would be nestled in. It sounds like this little cottage or this little shed, when in fact we've heard repeatedly how large it's going to be with how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I don't know, 10 or 12 bays in each. it is not going to be nestled.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Well, here on the list for question 5 is parking scheme, traffic circulation, open space, fencing, screening, landscaping, signage, commercial vehicles, and lighting impact, most of which are not pertinent to this particular accessory building, except for perhaps landscaping. There's been no mention of any signage. It shouldn't be commercial vehicles. The lighting impact, they said, would be minimal. Because it's a 12-acre lot, it depends how you look at it as far as open space goes. It's very close to the right-of-way, but then they have the constrictions of wetlands, traffic circulation. There should be no traffic virtually going into this place, and a parking scheme because the public isn't viewing these boats in this garage. There shouldn't be an issue.
Thank you.
I think I'll correct myself. Appropriateness of site, number 5 is what we're talking about. A through H, parking scheme, traffic circulation, open space, fencing or screening, landscaping, signage, commercial vehicles, light impact. I agree with you that the site plan is not sufficient. It does not go into enough information to answer A through H. You want to see that?
Nope, thank you. Immediate neighborhood integrity, number 6. I think this is one of the bigger questions, and it somewhat goes hand in hand with number 7, impact on property values. But I agree with some of the speakers who indicate that this is actually a separate issue than property values. If we were just looking at property values, we'd be trying to evaluate some information from professionals about whether this is going to impact the values of the homes down the road. But this is immediate neighborhood integrity, and I definitely think that the houses beyond the area that got noticed are the neighborhood. The neighborhood is not just the ones that are attached to or exactly next to this building. They include all of the houses down the road and the neighborhood. I think it does not uphold the neighborhood integrity. I think I think this is a commercial special exception for a commercial building, whether it's ends up being accessory to the commercial use of a museum or not accessory to the commercial use of the museum. These are commercial buildings. Their 12 by 12 doors are approximately as big as the area of 2 of these windows that are together, and there's 20 of them. This is an overwhelming building on this small dirt road, and I understand the proponents say, well, it's not their property, and normally they wouldn't have any say over how this impacts them. And that would be true if this was a commercial property and with the rights to build commercial style buildings. But this is not. It's a residential property in a residential zone, and this is a special exception in order to do that. So I do believe that it has a very negative impact on the neighborhood integrity. Yes.
Yeah, immediately across the street is Country Cabins. That is a residential little neighborhood. And then if you travel west towards Wolfeboro Falls, in fact, I think we did a site visit at a house that's being remodeled on that stretch of land. It is a nice residential strip all the way into Wolfeboro Falls.
Yes, Sarah.
I just sort of equate this neighborhood integrity to a place up the street where they were going to put an Alzheimer establishment in an agricultural zone right next to a historic district at the time. And there were a lot of concerns about water, but there were a lot of concerns about putting something commercial in that zone. And I kind of see this as, here it's residential, they put in this museum, which is more of a commercial use, which is fine, but now they're expanding that use, and that by using this structure that is an accessory structure that it doesn't fit what we have allowed by special exception. So I'm back to thinking that the special exception is not the appropriate move in this particular incident.
Can I just, I know I already took my turn, but I forgot to mention that a bunch of situations were brought up, and one of them being the Wright Museum that received a variance. It's almost across the street on a very large lot. They requested a variance for a storage building for storage of museum property. And they are nestled in the woods, and the people who, there are no residences that need to drive by this property except for the end of the driveway. And so it's very much a different situation, even though it was more or less equated with this one.
I'm good.
Anything to say to 6 and 7? Well, either you can take them separate or together.
I would just say that there's certainly a potential for impact to the property values, given it would be the two buildings pretty much would be the largest structures in the total area there, whole neighborhood.
Sarah?
I just want to react to that statement. I think perhaps that the motel building that's parallel to the street is much longer. However, the appearance of that building, the size may be greater, but it is extremely more residential looking. And I think that makes a difference on that neighborhood integrity. And when it comes to the property values, we've heard some testimony yay and some testimony nay by people that are in or related to the realty business, but we have no real impact statement, no real analysis.
Also, it was stated from the applicant that this was going to be a wood frame structure to try to make it more similar to residential construction. If they were to get an approval, I would certainly make that a condition, because when you start looking at structures like this, a metal storage building fits the T and is going to be maybe 2/3 the cost, and so I would be concerned about that changing. Would anybody like to speak to number 8? The proposed use or structure is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance and the intent of the master plan. I guess my statement kind of goes to that, because the ordinance is for residential. I don't see how this building can in any way appear residential, and I'm really concerned that it's going to appear much less residential than has been proposed to us tonight.
I would only add on number 8 that the master plan looked at what was there, and I don't believe they envisioned the proposal that we have before us tonight with the size of the buildings and the impact of the buildings. When you see this drawing that they've submitted, it certainly is going to impact the neighborhood and be visible from Route 28, which I believe in the master plan they call a portion of that the gateway into the community from a different angle than what we're customary used to coming down through town. And so that would impact that gateway.
Any other comments? Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion on case number 10 SE 21, the New Hampshire Boat Museum, 399 Center Street, Wolfeboro Falls, tax map lot number 163-2-1E, that we approve the special exception for the museum to add accessory structures on their property.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Great. Just wanted you to speak.
Oh, opposed.
Yeah, thank you.
Make a motion.
So that motion failed. Another motion?
Yeah. If you feel it's prudent to make a decision
Yes.
tonight.
I'm prepared to make a decision on this one tonight myself.
Okay. I would make a motion to deny the special exception case 10 SE 21 lot 16321E for 240 by 150 storage facilities, buildings, which are not defined as accessory buildings under section 175-86.
I think you can
I
just
can
do the...
elaborate on that, but I don't know.
You can,
when
but you want that to be, I think just the denial without the explanation might work.
I think you need your explanation or your reasoning to follow up on your decision. And I was about to do that, but I sometimes make it too long and then you don't like it.
Is it 86 or 82?
It should be 86, right, Tavis?
You have to give your reason of fact why you're denying it, and that's what I was going to add. So let me add it and for discussion, and then we can modify this. The ordinance does not specifically allow for storage buildings, facilities, or clearly defined storage buildings in the residential zone for standalone storage buildings in the residential zone on a residential lot.
I just don't think that's what we discussed. I mean, we talked about the elements of a special exception and those elements not being largely met, not the issue that you just put in the motion.
Well, then maybe then the reasoning would be that it just doesn't meet the 8 criteria.
That is the reasoning.
That's the reason.
And I think we have enough detail in our discussion, if that...
Okay, so then I'll, I didn't get a second, so I can work on this motion.
I think with the...
I know, you want to go home.
I think with the variance, you might want to be more specific, but...
Okay, so I would simply say the premise is the lot and the case and all that is the same. That we deny the special exception for 240 by 150-foot storage building facility, which are not defined as accessory buildings under section 175-86 and do not meet the 8 criteria as outlined and discussed within our application.
So I'm still, you're saying they're not defined as accessory buildings under 175-86.
I thought you were discussing making the motion just basing it on the fact it didn't meet all 8.
They didn't.
To be specifically.
I'm not seeing that.
You don't follow it?
No.
All right, then we'll just go
So for one thing, I think it's 175-87, special exception uses.
Well, I'm taking from what the code officer used for a denial,
What
which was
section are we, what section are we looking at here?
the use and,
17582 is the residential zone.
it says the use in buildings are not expressly permitted under section 17586, period.
I understand you're reading from the application. I clarified at the last meeting that that was referring to the general residential zone, not the residential zone in which this is located.
But I hear what you're saying. You're reading the wording about it's not defined under 17586 or 82, either one.
Yes, they're identical in the
But
ordinance.
so you're taking your language from the denial, because the denial says that accessory buildings are not specifically defined under the ordinance. And then therefore, this needs a special exception.
But I didn't add that.
But that's, they're not specifically defined as permitted uses, therefore they need a special exception.
We will withdraw the application, then, also withdraw the variance.
Are you asking to reopen the public hearing?
Just really struggling.
I don't think it's reopen. It's not reopening the public hearing. He's just withdrawing the application.
Just to speed it up.
I guess he can withdraw his application at any point?
Yes.
Record, I'd like to be on the record whether we approve or don't approve, because for future reference for other people in history, when it, let's just get the right citation in there and just deny it and be on record. What's the citation I need to use?
Well, let me just back up a minute. I do believe that once we've heard the case, we need to make a decision, and you're welcome to withdraw the variance. But once we've opened and deliberated the initial one, I believe that we need to make a decision.
Yeah, I understand why they're doing it. They want to move on to the variance, but I don't think we should leave this in limbo after going from 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock without finalizing.
I don't think we can. I think we need to make a decision. I don't think we're allowed to leave it in limbo at their request to withdraw in the middle of the case. I think we have to make a decision of some sort, whether we denied the application outright or yes.
I was just going to offer, I understand why Suzanne is going through the particular point she's raising on the application form, but I think the board is covered if you simply refer to the case number, because it's the sum body of all the information. So simply by referring to 10 SE 21, you're referring to everything that's included in the packet. And what I'm hearing other members say is that if there was a motion to deny 10 SE 21, tax map, et cetera, based on the board's determination and deliberation as discussed, that the 8 criteria for the special exception have not been met.
Well, I would add, and doesn't meet the 8 criteria.
That's what I just said, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I think because we had...
Okay, he said we're okay.
Suzanne, wait. Because
Sarah's
we had
speaking.
Motion on the floor, which was seconded by Luke, I think that motion has to be withdrawn, and Luke has to withdraw his second before we can have another motion.
Okay, your point of order is taken.
Thank you.
He withdrew the second.
Yes, sure, absolutely.
You need to withdraw your motion.
Motion again, and someone else.
You withdraw it first. Yes.
All right. I make a motion.
We're going to withdraw your motion first.
Oh, I withdraw the motion and restate it.
Now, does Luke withdraw his second?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Sarah.
To deny the special exception, case 10 SE 21, lot 163-2, 1E, special exception, because it does not meet the criteria 1 through 8.
I'll second it.
Can we have that read back?
Suzanne Ryan, motion to deny case 10 SE 21, tax map 16321E, because it doesn't meet the criteria.
8 criteria.
Doesn't meet the 8 criteria.
And it was 10 SC 21.
Yep.
Okay, yeah.
With the correction of the section that's been misprinted on the application.
I do have one question. Those 8 criteria were not objected to by all 5 members. It was some of the members that objected.
8,
Some didn't.
not
Or
5.
the 8, rather. Some did, some didn't. So you could say a majority objected. I don't know if that makes sense.
That's up to the maker of the motion.
They weren't met by all of us. Some of us objected and some of us didn't object to each particular one. But in order to pass, they would have all had to have been, we would have all had to approve them all, and we didn't.
Okay.
I did second it.
All in favor? Speak up.
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Hey.
Thank you. Moving on.
Madam Chairman, I believe the applicant for the variance has a statement to make to the board.
Applicant with the variance, do you have a statement to make to the board?
Mr. Walker?
Procedurally, we can go forward, and I noticed Dan brought something up earlier that you think we could go forward tonight. Draw our request for a variance as well.
So noted, thank you.
Madam Chairman, can we have a motion, can we adjourn for like 2 or 3 minutes just to use the restroom?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What?
Could we adjourn for 2 or 3 minutes just to use,
Good idea. Thank you. Yes, we'll adjourn I'll come back at 10:15, please, 7 minutes. It being 10:15, can we re-adjourn the
Ready to go?
meeting?
Ready for the next case?
Yes. Clerk, would you please read the next case?
Next case is Elaine Devereaux, 399 Pleasant Valley Road, tax map number 235-15, case number 14V-21. Public hearing for variance under Article 8A, Chapter 175, Section 88-2C, minimum lot frontage of 200 feet. Formal submission for the public hearing. Today's site visits were done by myself, Tim Cronin, Sarah Silk, Suzanne Ryan, Luke Freudenberg, and Audrey Klein. Would Elaine Devereaux or the representative please come forward? State your name.
So my name's Randy Walker. I represent Elaine Devereaux. I work for Walker and Varney here in Wolfeboro. This property is located at 399 Pleasant Valley Road, consists of roughly 9 acres, 9.7, and they have 382 feet of road frontage, and they desire to subdivide it from one lot into 2. And they're exactly 18 feet short, and the proposal is that they divide that shortness on each lot. So the plan that you have by Norway Plain Survey shows the frontage on each lot being identically at 191 feet and some change, but we'll just call it 191 for a round number. It was asked at the site visit if I had a deed to the property, and I couldn't find the source deed, but I do have a deed that says it's 383.71 feet. I also have a plan which I'll submit to the board that was done back in the day, which shows that the frontage on this lot is, again, 383.71 feet. That plan is recorded at Plan Book 21479. It's not in your packet, but since it came up at the site visit, I will just reinforces the number that we had. 383.71 was the plan. 383.71 was a deed, and Randy Tetro's plan is right there, within, a foot.
Thank you.
So I'll jump right into the criteria. I know it's getting late and there's an application behind us. that the variance, number one, will not be contrary to the public interest because, as noted in the Zoning Board of Adjustment handbook, it must not unduly or to a marked degree conflict with the ordinance such that the variance violates the basic zoning ordinance objectives. To determine that, the handbook suggests you ask the question, does it alter the essential character of the neighborhood? It will not, because it's residential neighborhood. It's they have one house that's going to be on the property, and they anticipate putting one other structure on the lot, although it hasn't ultimately been decided. Number two, it does not threaten the public health, safety, or welfare. Now, this variance request is minor in nature. Again, they're only 9 feet short for each lot, and therefore will not be contrary to the public interest. The essential character of the neighborhood would also not be changed. 5 of the 7 lots across the street are not compliant because they were subdivided out under an earlier regime, and the lots on the subject road side of the street, 6 of the 9 are not compliant. And when I drove by today, I thought there were 4 before and 4 after, and if you drive down the road, you would not notice one more house on that street. They do plan on putting it into the back a little bit. Number two, the spirit of the ordinance is observed because it will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, nor will and the variance will do neither. It's simply requesting that we allow an otherwise fully compliant subdivision, except for this one thing. They got ample acreage, there's plenty of buildable area, it's one of the biggest lots in the area. They're just simply short about 18 feet. Number three says that substantial justice is done, and that's a balancing test, and it would be unfair to the applicant given their almost perfect compliance regarding the road frontage, and there's no concomitant benefit to the public not to grant it. Particularly when you'll end up with lots that are 6.2 acres in size and 3.5 acres in size, well over the acreage requirement, again, just short 8 feet, which would not be noticeable driving by. The value of surrounding properties will not be diminished. The property will be used for residential purposes in a residential neighborhood, and the addition of one lot will not cause any diminution in value to surrounding properties. And lastly, literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship because of special conditions that exist in this property. And those special conditions are it's one of the largest in the area at 9.7 acres, surrounded by other lots which were created at an earlier time, and therefore this one's orphaned in some level. And most already have less frontage than what we're suggesting this board approve. We'll actually have more frontage than most of the neighbors if you approve this from a road frontage perspective. Owing to these special conditions, there is no fair and substantial relationship that exists between the purpose of the ordinance and the application to this specific property. Now, the purpose of the rural residential district is to provide low density in order to preserve open space, and as you can see, they have 9.7 acres. Even after the subdivision, there'll be 2 of the biggest lots in the area. They will preserve ample open space. There's no appreciable demand for services. Again, just adding one home. It's already on a well-maintained paved road, which has got significant development on it. And you may remember the Orchards development that's after it, where they've got house after house after house in that subdivision. Therefore is no fair and substantial relationship between the purpose of the ordinance and the proposed application. And then finally, is this use a reasonable one? Well, again, it's a residential zone, residentially used. We're only asking for an 18-foot waiver on a supersized lot, and therefore it will not change the essential character of the neighborhood. I believe is reasonable. Board have any questions at all regarding the application?
Clear.
All right, thank you.
I'm not done with you yet. You're not so fast. Thank you so much. So I want to address some kind of general zoning theory. When we talk about does the variance alter the essential character of the neighborhood, we have to remember that that statement is in conjunction with other elements of the criteria, one being what is the special particular issue with this lot that creates a situation where it's different than every other lot and therefore deserves a variance. Because even if it doesn't alter the essential character of the neighborhood, if it doesn't meet that other prong, then that statement doesn't hold true. The reason being that the purpose of zoning is over time to change the essential character of the neighborhood. That's the whole purpose of zoning. So if you only take that by itself, it doesn't make any sense. You have to make sure that you're hooking it together with the other four criteria. So for me, I guess the one that is usually difficult, and in this case is what is the special condition of this property that distinguishes it from other properties in the area, not just the side of the street, that would mean that this one lot out of mostly that whole street, we should give a variance to rather than this one and 5 or 6 others that also are large.
So if you look at the map of that area, virtually every lot is already smaller than this one. And the only thing that we're asking the variance on is the amount of frontage. And if you were to grant this, each lot would have just under 200 feet, 191 feet each. Looking at the 4 lots to the left and right of this property, you'll see that the other lots are virtually the same, smaller than our lots, and therefore the essential character will not be changed. We're only asking for the 8-foot variance, and if you grant this, we're still bigger than 75% of the lots that are on the left and the right of us. And that's why the character of the neighborhood will not change if you grant this one variance.
So I agree the character of this side of the street would not change. There's maybe a dozen lots along here. But my question was, why is this lot special in the area, including larger parcels across the street and very nearly everywhere else, that make it that is a special condition of the property? Now, the size of the back of the lot really doesn't matter as long as they have their minimum. So what is the special condition along the road front that would give us the ability to give a variance? And let me just throw in my experience, generally when you're doing something like this, you try not to create 2 lots that now don't meet the zoning. You prefer to create one that meets it and one that's deficient, instead of 2 that are not, that you're essentially giving 2 variances for 2 lots. But my question is, what is the special condition?
So to your first point, we could easily make one 200, and then the other one would be 182, 183. The board is inclined to go down that road. I don't think the applicant would have any issue with that at all. What makes this special is that we're right on the edge. You know, if this was a 50-foot gap or a 75-foot gap, wouldn't care. But because we're so close, compliance, no fair and substantial relationship between the purpose of the ordinance and applying it to the ordinance. Again, if you drive by, you wouldn't even notice that 8 feet for either lot, or again, 16 feet, one was fully compliant.
So that was my next question. If we did ask you to make one compliant and just give a variance for one lot, we would be varying it from a 200-foot right of way to a 184-foot frontage. That's the difference. And your special condition is because this is so minor, a variance that it wouldn't, there's no substantial relationship between applying this to this lot. Can you tell me what the other lots in the area, whether they're close to 400 feet or 600 feet or 800 feet?
For frontage?
Yeah.
So I have that here because I pulled it out.
I'm really only concerned about the ones in, really across the street in the area where these other lots are also small. I don't really mean the entire rest of the road.
Well, I have two maps, and let me just grab the one on our side. So 4 lots down past this property, I'll just read the frontage, it's 152 feet, 152 feet, 200 feet, so that one's compliant. 118 plus 25, that's about 150 feet. The next one closer to town is 160, then 240, 200, and then down to 161.
And how about on the other side? Do you have that?
Yep, get that as well. So directly across the street, you would have 803 feet. The next one's 175. This is going towards the orchards. The next one's 179, 178. Going towards town, 747. And then Pfluger Lane was 50 feet, and then 100 and 100. Ones that I had, that's why I think 6 of 9 across the street were not compliant. 3 of 9 were, and on our side of the street, 5 of 7 weren't compliant, 2 of 7 were.
I'm less concerned with whether they're compliant because these were done under a different zoning ordinance, and so they're non-conforming, legally non-conforming existing. I was more concerned about whether this was really unique in that it was very close to being compliant, but it was just a little bit under. And if there were 6 other lots that were like that, I would feel differently about making this special application for this lot because it wouldn't be unique. But what you said was, I'm not hearing any other parcels that could be subdivided into 190 feet, 190 feet. Sounds like this is really the only one that has that kind of dimensional friction.
Yes.
Did that make any sense to you, or am I just talking to myself?
I caught part of that conversation, which was, why didn't you do one lot at 200 feet and the other one that comes up short, whatever the number is? So you said, well, if the board wants to go down that road, but why didn't the applicant choose to go down that road?
Literally, they thought splitting it would be the fairest way to do it, just have each one be 8, but they're happy to make one fully compliant and the other one be 18 feet short. Again, if the boards would prefer to have a compliant lot and just one non-compliant, happy to go down that.
Well, it just makes less non-conformity. And which lot would be the 200, and the one with the house?
I suspect the one with the house would be the one that would get the extra footage, and the other one would be not. The house would get the extra 8 feet.
But if you split them both with each one having 191, there's a lot of houses on that street that have a lot less than that as far as road frontage.
Absolutely.
So it's within the structure of the neighborhood.
It absolutely is within the structure of the neighborhood, but if the board feels that it would be better to do one 200 and one 182, we're happy to do that and just move it over as a condition of approval.
I would prefer that. I don't know that there's any reason to create 2 non-conforming lots. As I was looking at the application before you spoke, the only reason I could think of is if they were planning on sharing one driveway, which would be a great advantage to that section of the road, and then that way, that placement of that line is ideal. But if they're going to build another driveway anyway, it would be better to have one lot that meets the ordinance and one that we're allowing the nonconformity through the variance.
And they still are considering having a joint driveway for site distances, but that hadn't been decided.
Well, if we do approve the one at 200 and the one at less, then they don't really have, I guess they do still have an opportunity to use the same driveway, but it won't be as clean.
Yep. Well, actually, it would almost go down the middle of the existing driveway if you did do that. So that might.
That's true.
Might force us to do that.
Yep.
They could still share the driveway.
They could still share the driveway.
Sure.
So everything's the same, except we just have one less non-conforming lot in town amongst thousands of others.
Well, the ordinance changes over time, and
Well, I think
I actually have
I think it's a better plan to have less non-conformity.
Hadn't thought of it, but
just a
if you
second.
bring it up, I think that is a good point. Have one that's just fully compliant and then one that isn't.
Probably just didn't think of it. Let's just split it down the middle.
We get to a point, I'd like to get to a point where I can make a motion on what's in front of us right now, and it can be denied or approved by the board.
Are we going to go over the points?
Well, I think you do have one person that may want to speak to.
Right, we haven't closed the public hearing yet, Randy.
We haven't opened the public hearing yet.
Oh.
I would like to read one thing out of the zoning handbook, since, we use it so much. The controlling policy of zoning law is to carefully limit the expansion of nonconforming uses with the goal of reducing them to conforming uses altogether over time. So, and zoning looks very far ahead. It looks 10, 15, 20, 50 years out. Would anybody,
Well,
should we open the public hearing?
Well, let's see a minute before we open the public hearing. They could withdraw it. We could consider denying it without prejudice.
You could approve it by suggesting we move the line over, which we're happy to do.
Approve it with
an
amendment.
Different configuration.
Or approve it as is.
Just approve it with one lot having 200 feet and the other one having the balance.
But we don't have a plan in front of us that shows that.
You can visualize it pretty easily. I could draw it right now if you'd like.
Guess that we
Well,
could.
there you go.
Put the driveways in for them.
We could say the lot, the proposed lot on the, where's the north arrow? There we go. Proposed lot to the east would be the conforming lot, and the proposed lot to the west would be the lot that we're granting the variance on.
Yep.
We're talking about a variance about the length of this table.
That's okay.
I know, but we're talking about trying to make
I understand.
more conformity.
But when you also look at a lot of other houses on that street that have 100 feet or 110 or 120.
It could have been 25 years ago. What the applicant doesn't seem to be
So we can go home.
in objection.
We absolutely do not object. I think it's a good suggestion, actually, and we've obviously embodied it. The applicant behind me said absolutely perfectly fine.
But I think we have to work on the plan that we were given. I don't think we can change the plan.
Well, we can give it a try, and we'll see if it flies. Tavis, do you have something to
I
say?
just had a question. Has your applicant gone through the test pits, et cetera, for development of either lot and considered the implications of this board deciding one way or the other before it even goes to subdivision?
Well, the house lot, there's already a house on the site, already got a state-approved septic system. That one's done. And if we make it a little bit bigger, it won't have any impact on that. The other one, they haven't gone through that yet. Obviously, we need to go to planning board if this gets approved, and that'll all be, fleshed out at the planning board.
I only ask because the zoning board went very quickly from one conforming, instead of two non-conforming, to one conforming, one non-conforming. If it's not relevant to your client, that the board specify one way or the other, then
Nope.
Just thinking through the next step, not.
I think that's the direction maybe we would like to go, is one conforming and one non-conforming.
And that was the follow-up. Is the zoning board concerned about which one is which?
And she did. And we
did.
think we all agree that the east one would be the conforming one, the one with a house on it. And we just moved the line over to make that exactly 200 feet, fully compliant. The other one would, instead of being 191, would back off 8 feet, so again on about 183.
Seriously, if they
So it would
can't
be-
find their 4,000 square foot for the area that they can put a septic system in, I don't think moving it that 6 feet is going to help them at all when they already have 6 acres.
I was thinking in terms of meeting the variance criteria, if it was really relevant to the board, which one was the 200 feet? Trying to tie that, understand keeping one, not increasing the nonconformities, but I wondered if it was relevant to the variance criteria, which lot was the 200 feet?
Well, the one that's 6.2 acres would get a little bit smaller, so it's only 6 instead of 6.2 or 5.9.
We wouldn't have to deal with a 6-acre lot. We'd only be dealing with a 3.5-acre lot.
Right, it would get a little bigger, and the other would get a little smaller. Move that line just parallel to the existing line and give it 200 feet,
I'd like to open the public hearing.
okay?
Would anybody like to speak in favor of the application? Would anybody like to speak in opposition to the application? Hello.
Hello. My name's Quateraro.
What's your last name again?
Quateraro. Quuart. Araro.
Thank you.
And I own 5-6 Island View, which at one time for many years was called the Pleasant Valley Camp.
Which is it?
5-6 Island View.
5-6 Island View. Yep.
So I started coming here in the summers when I was 7 years old. I stayed in a guy's house named John Rome, John and Dodie Rome. And I grew up with the Clark family and the Sanford family, Wes and Barbara Sanford and their family, and Jack Rome and Sadie Sanford, the people that were like my grown-up family as a kid. And when the Romes had a daughter who wanted to stop renting the house because her kid was going to get to an age where, that she wanted to share the house. So my brothers and I went out looking for a property. We came across what was then the YWCA camp. And we bought it because my parents loved coming to Wolfeboro. And we grew up there from that time forward. And I got to meet Doc Doherty and Mary Brixner and the crowd down on my lake. And the reason I'm telling you the story is that there were many times that I didn't know if I'd be able to hold on to the house over 40 years. Okay, almost 40 years ago I bought this house. And, but I got moved because of my work to California about 35 years ago, where unfortunately I still live in Los Angeles, where my last of 4 sons has 1 more year to go in school. And then I get to escape California, which is the most godforsaken place on this planet. But you people live in a paradise. And, I worked really hard to make sure I could protect my little piece of paradise. So when I heard there was a neighbor coming across the street, my concern and what I heard was that we were going to have 2 homes that were going to be 2-family homes, two-family homes. I've since I got to enjoy the evening with you guys, which I actually did enjoy, I just spoke to my new neighbor, and I misunderstood what he was going to do. So I came here to oppose 2 two-family homes. But I now know that he's not building 2 two-family homes, and the driveway is not going to be the landing strip into my driveway, which is also fine with me. So I came to oppose it, but I don't oppose it. And but I sat through the whole evening, so I wanted to tell you that I was here, and I'm glad I got a new neighbor.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you. Anybody else in opposition, as this man was? Okay. Anybody want to speak in favor? We already did that. Okay. I think everybody's spoken who wants to close the public hearing. Yep. Okay. We need to go through the 5 variance criteria. Sadly, but true.
Can we resolve the issue of whether we want 1 non-conforming lot or 2 non-conforming lots?
I think that will become obvious in the motion, but I am going to want that. So if it's spoken to in the 5 criteria, we could do
How do you go through the 5 criteria if in fact, we're only going to be addressing 1 lot?
I think we
Or
can
are
take
we
care of it in number
addressing 2
2.
lots?
Take care of it in number 2?
I think I can.
Ah, good thought.
Would you like me to start with number 1?
Yes, please.
The variance will not be contrary to the public interest because I don't think it will be contrary to the public interest because we get a recitation from the esteemed attorney here of 100 and some odd foot frontages, which are way smaller, an occasional 800, I think he mentioned 1. And so these, I think, would fit in with the neighborhood, the sizes that are there. Number 2, for me, the spirit of the ordinance observed. I think we can observe the spirit of the ordinance because I think we can make the east one 200 feet and the west one just a smidgen less. Substantial justice is done because I see that these lots are very big. In fact, the one on the west side is a very irregular shaped lot, but it has a lot of wetlands in the back, but it looks like it can still, because of the amount of the acreage, support a house. Values of surrounding properties will not be diminished because some of them are much smaller than what is proposed in this 2-lot subdivision. A literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship because I think we do have that special condition of the fact that it's almost, but not quite. If it was, as I think Randy mentioned before, 30 feet short, that might be something else. But I think that they're willing to accept this also kind of a special condition that they make one conforming and then have the other just barely not conforming. Also works because sometimes you're not able to make it one conforming and one almost conforming.
Right. Exactly. That.
And then the no fair and substantial relationship exists between the purpose of the ordinance applicable to the application, the specific application of this position. I think that if we do the 201, 184 or something close to that, that'll take care of it, and I think it's a reasonable use.
The use is judged as reasonable because single-family dwellings are a permitted use in this lot.
Yes.
Did we get those 5 criteria in note form? Anybody else would like to weigh in on any of those?
Be clear.
Would somebody like to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Can I ask a discussion?
Yes.
That move to approve has the condition that the east lot be 200 feet and the west lot be 184 approximately.
Hearing you clearly.
Is there a condition on that approval that the east lot be 200-foot frontage and the west lot be approximately 184 feet frontage?
Second that.
Is that an amendment to the motion then, if you're seconding?
Yes.
It's an amendment to the motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Tom did it. Tim did it. You got 2 seconds.
2 seconds. You're
So
good.
that was seconding the amendment, and now all in favor of the motion.
Aye.
Aye.
I have another amendment.
It's just a tad too late. We just voted on the amendment with the motion, the amendment.
Making
Travis, where are we with that?
you did it on the,
You made a motion, you had a second, you had an amendment. that was seconded, and that was voted on, and then you voted. I believe it's closed.
I believe we did.
What?
I believe we voted on the major motion and closed it.
Gas company. We voted on the amendment, we voted on the motion, and then there was a amendment to the motion.
I think that would have been out of order, if that's what happened. Can we amend the decision, Tavis, with an amendment after the vote?
I'm just making a second condition. They've got one condition, I want to make a second condition.
I know what you're doing. I don't know if it's legal, and I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to weigh in on that one.
And we're not going to ask the attorney that's here either. We could ask our own attorney.
Well, how about,
What's the thing you wanted to add, Suzanne? Is it a big deal or
what's
not?
that?
What is it that you wanted to add?
Well, I could get everybody to withdraw everything if you want to do that. But it was to do our 4 boilerplate amendments that you brought to the attention of one hearing that we didn't do.
Those are conditions. Conditions,
I'd like
not
to
amendments.
see that practice. Can you hand it to
maybe. I don't know if I can.
To Sarah so she sees what I'm talking about?
No,
So
I know
these are
what you mean, all the
conditions,
thing
not
about
amendments.
filing it and everything else.
Normal conditions.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any problem with that.
That's what we usually do on all our approvals.
We do. And
Yes,
we forgot
we
it because
do.
it wasn't on there today.
No, because he hasn't been doing it.
Well, if we can add that now, let's do it. If not, let's just add it to the next case. If Tavis finds out we can add the conditions post-vote, we'll have that done or if not.
The only standard conditions that would apply to this would be for the applicant to reimburse the town for the cost of the recording fees for the notice of decision. And that's in the regulations anyway, so you don't need to add that.
These are all in the regulations, aren't they? Except for some of them are just advisory.
I don't know which one she's referring to, because the staff review for Devereaux doesn't have any, so I don't know what standard conditions Ms. Ryan is referring to.
So you don't have a copy of this.
And Audrey, you asked who was in favor. You didn't ask who was opposed.
Well, that's because we were all in favor, but,
I didn't hear everybody say yes.
oh, yes. Sorry.
I think it's,
Would it be a big deal if we did this to the next case and not this case? Thank you.
Right.
They're mostly required anyway or advisory, but
Yes.
we can certainly
I
decide
think-
to add those to all.
I think in the normal course, if the board
This is why we
doesn't
shouldn't be here at
refer,
11.
if the board doesn't refer to the review or discuss the recommended conditions during the hearing, they don't go.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that the applicant doesn't have to follow the law, so.
So I think this is one of the things that we wanted to talk to in the other business is adding these to
The goal
everyone.
is just to get this back on the record, to get back into
The
the
planner's
swing of
comments?
things.
Yeah.
No, I understand, but the board didn't add that to the motion. You made a motion to approve with a condition of
Well,
200.
I knew I was going to try and do it, I just didn't get a chance to do it. At 11 o'clock.
Okay, last but not least. Hi, guys. Next case. Michael Travis, Revocable Trust, 315 Center Street, tax map number 177-31, case number 13V21, public hearing for a variance under Chapter 175 of 64A4 of the Wolfeboro Planning and Zoning Ordinance to allow for a two-story deck closer to the waterfront than allowed. Formal submission for a public hearing. Would the representative for the trust please come forward, state your name?
Hi, my name is Dan Coons, agent for the applicant. This is a variance for the construction of a two-story deck on the front of house that's under restoration at 315 Center Street in Wolfeboro.
That sounded like Moultonboro, but you said Wolfeboro, right?
I think I said Wolfeboro, but
Okay.
that's what I read anyway.
The acoustics are so bad in here, it's just a guess.
I would like to pass a photograph. Looks like I got several copies that show what the property looked like prior to the purchase of the property by Mr. Travis, and conceptual drawing of what it looks like currently.
Are they all the same? Okay, thanks, Dan.
You're nicely done, by the way. Eyesore to eye candy.
Yeah, for those of us that have lived here for the past 30 years and have seen that property degrade during that time, this is a nice improvement. So anyway, as background, the applicant bought the property in May of 2018. They initially started restoring the guest house at 325 Center Street, which is on the same lot. At that point, they added insulation to that house, converted a heating system, put in windows and doors to make the property more energy efficient. They are now in the process of renovating what was known as the ice house. We previously submitted an application to New Hampshire DES that was approved for the construction of the deck. They do allow the decks to be up to 12 feet deep going towards the water. This one is not. This one extends 6 feet from the foundation and 4 feet from the roof overhang going out. There's a 2-foot roof overhang on the property. The proposed decks do not make the property any closer to the lake than it presently exists, because it's set back from the corner. So the corner of the house is 28 feet from the closest point on the water, and the deck will be 28 feet 2 inches from the closest point on the water. The prior owner had actually they must have had 3 steps coming off the lake side of the house. The sliding glass doors, as was noticed at the site visit, are 31 inches off the ground. So with an 8-inch riser and a 12-inch tread, even if it was set down 8 inches below the sliding glass door, that would mean there'd be 3 steps that would have already extended 3 feet out. Let's see. The owner has already improved existing drainage on the lot. He's reduced impervious surface by reducing the driveway square footage. He has dug down 12 to 24 inches to remove compacted soil and replaced it with erosion stone to enhance infiltration. That portion of Center Street is a low spot, so the lot receives sheet flow coming off of the road, which prior to his ownership traveled under the house. It's now been channelized through filtration drenches and run through erosion stone before running into the lake. He removed tree roots from his septic tank, added drainage for the driveway, which I mentioned already. Although the decks are theoretically considered impervious surface, I think we all know that there are slots between the decks so that will actually diffuse the flow coming off the roof. Due to the shallow pitch of the roof, gutters on this house are not practical, so it will need to drain directly off. The sandy soils that are present in front of the house do provide for natural filtration of the stormwater flow. These particular type of sands are the same ones used at the UNH Stormwater Center for designing stormwater filtration basins. The water body itself, although it's theoretically part of Lake Wentworth, is actually called Fernald's Basin. The basin is hugely restricted in its flow with 2 small culverts connecting underneath the rail trail. Other than that, the flow is fairly stagnant. During drawdown periods of Wentworth, the basin is actually perched with no cross flow at all. I think we all know that the water body was created when the railroad was put into Wolfeboro back in the 1800s. As a realtor who specializes in selling lakefront properties, the landowner understands the value of water quality and has done everything he can to improve the quality of water entering the property and thereby leaving it into Lake Wentworth. Additionally, the second floor deck will provide a second means of emergency egress from the property. Currently, the interior stairway is the only way out of the second floor, unless you consider a 15-foot drop from the second floor windows to the ground below. The applicant previously removed a small shed that was approximately 48 square feet from the waterfront of the property. As far as the variance not being contrary to public interest, we don't feel that there would be any adverse effect to the public interest. I don't see there'll be any environmental impacts from the installation, from the construction of the decks. Spirit of the ordinance is observed because the property was constructed long before the current shoreland setbacks. I wished I could read my own writing a little better here. I think I typed up all that for your copy previously, so. I mentioned the 12-foot allowance by New Hampshire DES, which approved the application. Yet the applicant's asking for 4 feet beyond the existing roof line, which is a total of 124 square feet, I would guess. Substantial justice is done. Because this house was initially constructed long before the current zoning setbacks, there are many other similar properties on Wentworth which also don't meet the existing current setbacks. This would bring him equal to those. He's only looking for a minimal deck, which is far less than the state would approve. And I'm well aware that the state zoning is not the same as local zoning. We do not feel that the values of surrounding properties will be diminished because of the improvement of the structure from what it was existing. I think it's probably likely, without proof, that the local property value should probably increase, if anything, not decrease. Special conditions include the proximity of the existing dwelling to the lake. As an older home constructed before the current zoning. The granular sands and shallow slope provide for adequate infiltration and percolation of stormwater. Owing to special conditions on the property, no fair or substantial relationship exists between purpose of the ordinance. Placement of the house prevents construction of decks that would be able to meet the current setbacks. Proposed use is reasonable because Construction will allow reasonable enjoyment of the residents. Second floor decks will also provide a second egress in the event of an emergency. I think that does it.
Hi, I'm Mike Travis. I'm the owner. Just parking my car in front of this property would be a public service because it was so ugly. It was truly one of the ugliest houses. I will speak for, I am also a real estate agent, so I can speak with confidence that eyesore that you saw was doing nothing for one of the busiest roads going into Wolf. It was horrible. Everything that I'm doing in terms of design, look, and everything is to bring it to make it look like an old house. Arts and crafts style design, which is fitting with the town and the area. So everything that I'm doing with this property is, you know, really kind of bring it, could be in the town. If it was like just a regular, you know, split level, it would not be improving. But I think it does improve the value. It was for sale for 4 years. Nobody would take it on, which is good because I did. But it is a project you know, it's a project that's going to be helpful. My wife also brought her 2 kids here from Thailand, and we need the space. Any other questions?
Clear.
I'd like us to discuss it before closing. I guess I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there anybody who wants to speak who hasn't spoken already?
Don't all get up at once.
I do want the board to have a discussion about the 5 criteria. I don't know that we need to close the public hearing in case we have additional questions of the applicant. How do you feel about that? Okay. So would anybody like to start?
Could I ask a question about this May 4th letter? Significance is the significance of it.
The May 4th letter is the official denial that was appealed. So the applicant submitted a town shoreland permit, and it had a deck that proposed a structure closer than 50 feet. So the town shoreland permit was denied on the premise that it had a structure within 50 feet of the reference line. That was then appealed in the form of a variance to this body.
So 1 through 4, have any of those been satisfied? I mean, I guess 2 is the reason.
Correct. 2 is the reason it's here. Everything else is not germane to this board.
So nothing else applies, really?
Not to this board, no.
Pre-existing non-conforming.
Well, if you want to go through the details, the applicant has been removed, or the application no longer shows a bridge, no longer shows a shed. The site plan was updated to address number 3. And the stormwater management plan is only going to be relevant once the discussion is finalized, but it will be required. So again, the only thing before the board is to allow a structure closer than 50 feet.
So I guess my comment would be this type of denial is more appropriate for an appeal, whereas if we get the regular denial sheet that then checks that the applicant has the right section, and it's written, the section is written on a town denial rather than just on the applicant's application, that town denial will call out the appropriate section, whereas the denial letter doesn't. That would just be a preference on my
Number 2, under the May 4th, 2021 letter says the proposed shed and proposed decks require a variance to permit construction within 50 feet pursuant to section 175-64A4, which
You're
is in...
entirely right, and I'm entirely wrong. It's right there on the next line down. Thank you.
It just would have been clearer if we'd gotten a memo or a cover to your letter, so we knew, because we don't have like a standard.
There is a standard denial form, but this one didn't come on it. There is a standard denial form that I've seen in every other denial
We don't
case.
have it.
No, right.
That's what I'm saying. If we'd gotten just a memo that explained why we didn't have it and that only number 2 applies, I mean, it's
It is a
just for
denial.
clarification would have been helpful.
Yeah, that's what it was highlighted for.
Instead of here tonight.
Yeah, it was highlighted for that purpose.
So I guess
We'll work on making sure every form is on the denial form to make it easier for the board.
I'm going to talk about stuff. So the purpose of the shorefront residential district is to maintain the integrity of the existing shorefront residential district and protect the shorefront from overdevelopment. Further, the town recognizes the importance of implementing water quality protection standards in order to protect the shorelands within the town of Wolfeboro, since they are among its most valuable and fragile natural resources, and that the protection of these shorelands is essential to maintaining the integrity and exceptional quality of the waters. Going back to the zoning handbook, talking about the spirit of the ordinance, one court case said, while a single addition to a house might not greatly affect the shorefront congestion or the overall value of the lake as a natural resource, the cumulative impact of many such projects might well be significant. For this reason, uses that contribute to shorefront congestion and overdevelopment could be inconsistent with the spirit of the ordinance. So that's the million tiny cuts theory, that one might not hurt it, but many do. And so I would say that based on that, I would not say that it's in line with the public interest or the spirit of the ordinance. I just want to say I have nothing, I think you're doing a wonderful renovation job, and I'm really grateful for that. And this variance application is a very narrow question about the decks on the front.
Microphone, please.
What I hear from what that means about overdevelopment is if I was adding another house or building or subdividing or something like that. Whereas what we're really doing actually filters the water further from a technical standpoint. And it's actually only 2 inches further at the closest part to the lake than what was there before. So I'm reading that, and again, I'm not an attorney, I'm not, talking about trying to overdevelop. I don't think that seeing a deck, a small deck, granted too, which is going to be viewed as overdevelopment. For me, the most important thing is it is a safety thing, because it's at least a 15-foot drop. And if there was a fire, what are the firemen going to do? They're going to run around?
I'm going to address some of that
sure.
as I go through here.
Okay, but so I'm just trying to understand when it says talking about overdevelopment, is a deck considered overdevelopment? Or is it?
Well, it's the 1,000 tiny cuts theory.
Oh, okay.
That this is an encroachment into that 50 feet.
Okay.
So I think Dan did mention that the state law does allow for a deck, but if Wolfeboro wanted to align with the state law, they would have changed the zoning to agree with that. So I don't want to use that as something to lean on that would, give a reason to approve a variance in Wolfeboro, because it's really not relevant. Let's see. Substantial justice.
Are we all getting a shot at each one of these, or are we going to?
Well, we do have to read each one of these and put our answers in the record, whichever way we decide. And I have comments to make about several of them, so I thought, would you want to go around one by one?
Well, I wanted to, because the first point you made, I wanted to just
Okay.
I agreed, and the applicant, I think, had some question about it, and I agree with the 1,000 cuts theory. However, in this particular instance, the gentleman opened his original front door, he would now fall onto the ground. You would have to have steps regardless, and those steps at that elevation would equate to almost what the deck is. And his point is valid that you're not actually encroaching any more on that area by footage to the water. You're actually you'd still be behind that one corner of the house at 28.4 feet or whatever. So I agree with the 1,000 cuts theory. And if he was building he's building a deck that you legitimately, you can't even put a lawn chair on at 6 feet. They're 7 feet long. So, I mean, that's literally steps would be probably 4 feet on that elevation to decline. And there clearly was a door there that was still the original sliding glass door. So there had to have been steps there. But I do agree with the 1,000 cuts theory. That's what I think you were trying to get at. It's any encroachment on that 50-foot barrier has to be really justified in order to, I feel, to make it even possible. I'll leave it at that.
Anybody else want to comment on the 1 and 2? Well, I kind of did 1 and 2.
I have a question, but let Suzanne go first. Should her hand.
Microphone.
The spirit of the ordinance, what you read about cumulative effect is really important, because I think too often we overlook that fact, and sometimes in a neighborhood, that is one of the things we have had to address. And once you allow this to snowball, especially on the waterfront, it's not good. And I think quite frankly, we've been too easy on it. And now the town is investing in a lot of water mitigation and water runoff and water treatment, and we do nothing to help it when we allow this snowball to grow. So I have a problem with the spirit of the ordinance. I know you maybe don't want to jump around, but
No, we're going to, since we started all speaking to each one, let's just continue this. We'll talk to 1 and 2. Anybody else have a comment on 1 and 2? Yes.
I had a quick question, and we haven't closed the public hearing. I can ask Dan a question.
Yep, that's right.
Dan, I have a question. Okay. There was something that pre-existed out there. You could see that they'd ripped something off. How far out did that pre-existing steps, porch, whatever go? And I believe you said they also took down a shed?
There was a shed that was on the waterfront that was taken down that was approximately 6 feet by 8 feet, so.
Okay.
Is that within the 50 feet?
Within the 50 feet, probably within the 10 feet.
So that, unfortunately, that's not shown on any of our site plans. Is there documentation? Did that get identified on, the pre-construction site plan, or even Google pictures prior to the construction, or some way to identify that there's some encroachment already?
I may have a photograph from 2019 from a previous shorefront application that showed the deck lying on its side next They're blown over in the wind. So I'd have to go back through my files to look for that.
Did we get back to how,
Oh, and the tax card may also have that on there.
yeah. Right. How wide was that deck that was there before, Dan? Do you know?
I don't know. I mean, based on construction standards of an 8-inch riser and a 12-inch step, with the doors at 31 inches, it had to have stuck out 4 feet, so.
Thank you.
Tavis, if I recall, there's something in the ordinance that allows for steps out of a house in a setback not to require a variance. Is that true?
I was just looking at that, and 175 setback, or 175, the definitions, when you look at setback, doesn't allow any portion of a structure within the setback. Many municipalities will allow a fire escape, egress stairs, chimneys, bay windows, things like that to project into the setback, but Wolfeboro says it's the structure, so it's literally eve line down. It has to be clear and unobstructed.
And it's not in the shorefront residential setback places someplace? I know, it seems like I've read it, but hard to say where. Okay, well, that's neither here nor there. It's not part of the application at this point.
And am I also correct, that's 4 sliding glass doors on the first floor? And I thought I know I've seen them from second floor even, but I thought generally you couldn't have doors that opened that were more than so far off the ground, maybe it's 3 feet, without having some type of a deck or steps. So that
I can speak to that if that's a question, but
well, I'm just trying to picture in my mind how big the pre-existing deck was. And did the pre-existing deck go the entire width of the house?
In the pictures of the back, there was, there may be some confusion here. There was not a sliding door on the second floor. They were all big windows.
I know, I'm not asking about the second floor, dear. I'm just asking about the first floor.
Oh, yeah, the first floor, as you see in the pictures of the, before and after, where it shows the back, those were the existing metal sliders.
And there was a platform outside of them previously?
There were, I wouldn't call it a professional platform in any way. They had, little platforms that were built with wood on cinder blocks. It wouldn't be what I would call safe or to code at all.
I'm going to speculate that they were put there unbuilt because they didn't have a permit.
I can't speak for it. It was built in the 80s, so. I will say that everything that I've done is to help preserve and improve any sort of issues with drainage and flowage, which is why we have Dan Coons here to help.
Could we move on to number 3? Does anybody have any more discussion on 1 and 2? Okay, so substantial justice is done. One of the elements of that is whether or not it can be reasonably used without the variance, and I believe this property can be reasonably used without a variance. It was before. And I believe, in fact, there was an open porch that wasn't within the 50-foot setback that was enclosed. So I'm struggling with the need for a deck for sliding doors with regard to the substantial justice section. Number 3.
Oh, 3.
Denying minimal decks prevent the owner from reasonable use similar to that enjoyed by other owners on Wentworth. It's not a reasonable use to expect a deck in front. That's just, within that 50-foot. It's reasonable. There are other options that are reasonable in order to create that. I don't know if I'm done thinking about that one. Does anybody else have any comments on that?
Well, harm to the general public or other individuals. It doesn't have to be the general public. But I think there again, you have to take into consideration what we're talking about. We're not talking about facing a street. We're talking about facing a body of water. Takes on a much more serious application.
What takes on more serious application? The need for a deck is more serious because it faces the water? I don't understand your point.
Well, it's a structure.
Yeah?
Madam Chair?
Sure.
Sarah's got her hand up.
Yeah. I think that it is a structure, technically, because it's built out there, but the fact that it is not, the roof covers part of it, there's minimal additional portion that's not covered by the roof, but the water goes through it. I'm not having as much heartburn with the fact that it's on the lakeside, because I'm still not quite clear. There was something that existed out there anyway, and I'm not sure if there was any type of perviousness or imperviousness to the deck that was out there before, because we don't have pictures of that tonight to look at, but I can't see that the general public is greatly injured by the deck. That's just my opinion.
Understand that this is on Fernald Basin, which has no real access other than the 4 homes that are on it. The view from the rail trail, it's a long distance to see it. And if anything, it will improve the view of the look of what's there. Again, everything I'm doing is to make this property look like an arts and crafts style building.
That's
Certainly,
true, but we're only focused on the deck, so
okay. And then,
the deck is by far not the nicest part of this house. So I understand your point, is that substantial justice is a balancing act between benefit to the individual or harm to the public, and the only harm to the public here would be because it's, maybe doesn't meet one of the other criteria. Okay.
would it include the potential harm of having no second egress?
Well, I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Oh, that's a different part.
Okay, that's down on, where is that on here?
So when we get to that.
Well, is it in one of the 5 criteria? That's under the proposed use as a reasonable one. I think 90% of houses or more don't have a deck for egress off the 2nd floor. I don't think that's an element that I would think that was even slightly normal. Mostly you have a window, or if you need to have some way to get outside the building, they would have what is called a Juliet balcony, which is just big enough to step out and be out of the smoke environment. Egress from the 2nd floor, full egress, and then without stairs down, in any case, to me, is not an arguable point. Sorry, I'm a building inspector, what can I say?
We've had applications before on shorefront, and I can't recall a double-decker.
Well, I mean, I'm sure there are plenty of homes that have them, but we're being asked for a variance within the 50 feet. So
I'm sure there are some, but I don't
very
remember any
different
coming
level.
through.
I wash windows on the second floor of a lot of houses with decks.
So I do think that the difference between a very narrow deck across the first floor and a set of stairs out those sliders, that there was some kind of temporary platform before, I don't think the difference is all that great. I'm definitely not for the second floor deck, and to require separate steps of stairs out of each one doesn't make sense either. So from, I guess in general, I would say, because this is the existing design, there was clearly something there to step out on. I would be inclined to look favorably on a narrow deck with, you know, obviously it's one step out of the door, and then to get off the deck, you need another step or two, whether that's along the front or along one end with a railing. Actually, you don't need a railing.
Well, let's look at it this way. There's 5 criteria. It's going to take 3 of us to agree on all 5. If you're hung up on number 3, well, I mean, you'll have to decide when the final go-around, if you can say yes to number 3, or if it's no to number 3, then it's no to the variance.
I understand that my vote to the overall variance would be no if I can't balance these 5 to be yes altogether.
So, I mean, but we don't have to stay hung up on it, is what I'm...
Okay. So I think I've pretty much covered the points that I was concerned with. Does anybody else want to speak at length on any of the other points? Obviously, we're going to have a hardship conversation.
No, it's pretty clear.
Well, are you going to do number 4? Number 4?
I'm not. I'm done talking. You guys can do number 4.
Can I make one point about the deck on what the intent was? On the design of the deck, the side was going to be a ladder built so that, you know, let's say there's a big fire just hanging on a small balcony is helpful, but it doesn't get you off the deck.
That's true, but that's not a common and a normal requirement for houses. And what you're asking for is a variance to make that happen. Okay. I don't believe it's warranted with a variance.
Okay.
You close the public hearing.
No.
Nope.
Did you open it?
Yes.
Yes. I just wanted to address the second floor thing. If there is a concern about egress, if you had a narrow deck down below, and then you have a door on the second floor, you can always have a big enough exit area, and you can go down a set of stairs down to the first floor deck, but not have a big deck. You could have like an entrance, approximately the size of the width of the doors, and then steps down from that second floor exit to the first floor deck.
Instead of redesigning his plan, we just have to mentally think, does this plan that is presented work and meet the criteria?
See, I don't have a problem with the second floor. I'm trying to make it palatable for you guys.
It's small enough to me that I don't. But I am trying to preface that with what Audrey said at the beginning, because this is an issue that we see more and more and more of, and people are going to constantly push the envelope of what they can get. A 4 or 5 or 6 foot deck is, I don't feel that's pushing it, but it's a very slippery slope.
I didn't catch the last part. You don't see what?
I said a 4 or 5 or 6 foot deck walkway. I don't see personally pushing the envelope, but it's a very slippery slope because people will push the envelope with anything when it comes close to the water. And that 6 foot deck, we'll be hearing from somebody that thinks a 9 foot deck is what's necessary next year. So, I mean, in this case, because there was definitely something there, and even if he just had stairs, I don't know, at 3 stairs or 4 stairs, do you need a 30-inch landing?
Yes.
So we're talking about a 30-inch landing, and then 3 or 4 steps down from there, that's your deck. That's that deck. I mean, it's...
That's right. It's about as small as it can get.
I'm good with it, with the way it is. If everyone else can...
Well, since we're not in deliberations...
Did you say you're good, are you good with the second floor deck?
I am good with it.
Okay, I didn't hear that specifically.
We can jump around.
Yep.
Number 5, special conditions.
I think this is where we really need to be clear that the fact that if this was to be approved, one of the conditions that's unique to this house is that there was clearly something there before. There was something that was there. There was definitely access from the front of the house to that thing. And we're not saying that it was even legal, but there was definitely something there. This gentleman bought a house with the expectation that he'd be able to facilitate going out his front door, down something into the sand. So that is the only reason why I think that this even is close to
replacing pre-existing nonconformity.
Yeah.
It's just generally we have this on the site plan that was done by the waterfront people, that we have every single thing on there that could be conceivably be construction. In this case, I don't know whether they just didn't decide to replace this deck until later, or if it just wasn't, it wasn't done, but I agree there was clearly something there. I do want to say that you can't use the fact that you can't meet the zoning as a reason why you need a variance. But what we're saying is the special condition is this had sliders there. There was clearly something there to step out on. We don't have the documentation for it, but we believe that's the case. This is as small as it can be in order to allow for that. So
I suggest we close the deliberation and get to the...
We aren't in deliberation.
Should I close the public hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to
I'm going to close the public
Close the
hearing.
public hearing, yeah.
And,
it seems like we've talked about all of these, but I wanted to talk about number 5, which
Yep,
was the
we
special condition.
We have to wrap up these 5 in a way that the minutes can reflect what somebody thinks, I guess.
Well,
I've changed my mind, by the way, on 1 and 2.
The thing of it is before we go through the 5, is
I thought we
the
just
deck,
did that.
the deck doesn't have to be that big. It can be something that you step out on, like perhaps was there before, something small. And what I'm getting at is that, again, you can reject this without prejudice, and doesn't mean that they can't have something there, but it doesn't have to be to the scale that they're presenting. And I think the scale is what is too big. And what's the special condition? What is the special, I mean, in your mind, not what they write. In your mind, what is the special condition?
That I think they had previous non-conforming platform, steps, deck, something there before. Generally, it's documented, it's not in this case, but I think it's clear that there was. They have the existing sliders there. No, we have no idea whether the sliders were legal.
People keep saying that there was something, clearly something there, but no one is using the phrase, something was legally there. So
Right.
in this case, it would have to be prior to building permits or something. There would have to be some trail that they would need to produce for me, if I were on the zoning board, to be able to substantiate.
Have you had a chance to look back and see what?
No, my job is to look at what they turn in. My job is not to make their case for them.
Well, I guess I would differ. I would, if we don't have the file, how are we going to look into that, except for individually?
The history of...
Because it's the applicant's burden to show that.
The history of what was there now becomes evident. We are talking about something we don't know what was there, or if it was legally there, or if it's just, most likely, I would tend to think somebody just slapped out some steps.
Yep.
Oh, I think somebody probably slapped in the sliding door, too.
And if it was illegal, we can't approve something illegal.
No, it's the applicant's job to prove it was legally there, not the zoning board to potentially grant the variance.
And he hasn't done that one way or the other. So again, I go back to, I think this application should be denied without prejudice and let them come back with something that is more suitable, it meets the 5 criteria.
Well, that would be something that could be presented if we can continue this. Now, this says a 1980s addition, so was there a building permit in the 80s, and did it indicate anything?
Again, I didn't look at the history of the file to make the applicant's case.
No, but one thing you could do is help us with what's in the file so that we would have something to make our decision based on if in fact there's anything in the file, or you could say there's nothing in the file. Are you going to get the file?
Yep.
He's going to get the file. You took pictures of everything in the file? Do you have pictures of a building permit from 1980, and does it show sliders along the front? Or do you have a building permit that does not show sliders along the front? That's what it is now. Well, I'm pretty sure our shorefront regulations were not present in 1980, so the question is what was there what was built in 1980? Will that give us any clue as to how to move forward with this? I know, I see the drawing and I know how to read it.
I'm just
Not sure.
What drawing are you looking at that you see the old? Oh.
Color one. That's right.
On the back of the photo.
Oh.
Next page. Next page. No, the one that you haven't picked up yet. Yes, that's right, right there. Turn that over.
And how is that substantiated?
Okay, it says down here at the
Other
bottom, I
page.
can hardly read it, but it says down here in the bottom in 1980, it says small exterior roof over sliders.
Toward lake.
Toward
You're
lake.
right. There it says, right there.
So they were there in 1980.
Yep. They were put in 1980.
A small roof, but it doesn't say the deck.
Yeah, the roof was put in 1980, so I guess we can assume the sliders were in there in 1980.
Well, it says over sliders
That's
towards
the key
lake.
right down here. B3.
Oh, additions, okay, yeah, sorry, I wasn't reading that
That's okay,
carefully
I've read it
enough.
4 times and I didn't see that either.
Okay.
So I guess we do still have to talk about the 8-foot width of deck, which is, it's 6 plus 2. The variance is for an extra 6 feet, right?
6 feet from the foundation.
Okay, so the total depth of the deck, proposed deck on the first floor is 6 feet. Is there stairs? So you're going to have, so you're not planning on having a railing? Yes? Off of from the deck to the grade or from the door to the deck? I'm sorry. Oh, yes, him.
Okay. So
Thank you.
The intent, there's fewer.
Closer.
The intent, so there's fewer steps, is that you walk out of the slider, step down, step forward, step down.
Step forward, how far?
Well, a step.
Okay, so you're going to have two
steps.
risers out of the door
Yeah,
onto the deck,
yeah.
and then,
So because not to have railings, I think it has to be less than 24 inches.
so how do you get from the deck to the grade?
It should be one step left.
So you're talking about 3 total risers, 2 out the door and 1 off the deck.
Yes, because that would equal, well, I mean, I have to look at it because it's 31 inches that I'm dealing with, so I drop it down.
That would be less than 31, but that also means you're going to have to raise your grade in front. And Dan, can he raise his grade in front? He can add material in front? So then my question is,
I wouldn't want to raise.
why are we approving a deck when he could actually step out onto grade? You know what? Thank you, but we found it right here.
It was hard to read.
Sliders and, oh, I don't know if you got that from here. Oh, okay, thank you. Where did you get the sliders in 1980 information that you have on here?
I just saw everything, all the permits that were pulled.
And you
Oh,
saw,
I don't know where that particular information from the file. I think, or is that from the tax card? Let me see what you
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
right, but does that say 1980?
Deck is.
Beach side. New family room. Does not show sliders. Shows big windows. This is 83. Current. Sorry. So the hand sketch in here indicates to me that in 1983, they went out and checked all the setbacks. They said they met everything, and the sketch of the lakeside shows windows, not sliders. Gotta find that again. Does that help anything for you? Does that help you at all? Or are you still in the same place?
I mean, those sliders didn't, I was still in the same place that somehow, at some point, and I don't know when now, but at some point there was some way down from there. It looks like, I feel like there looks like there was a board there, there was a header there. And that one, I can't remember, I didn't take a picture today, but I thought there was one slider that was still there that was original, that was like that aluminum color that you wouldn't find in the last 50
At some point, to stop this cumulative effect, and another thing is important, our board needs to be as consistent in our decisions as possible. Of course, there's always variables. But at some point, we've got to look out for the shorefront. And we've been way too liberal, I think, over the years.
Madam Chair. I think we also have to put into perspective the fact that we're talking about a 2-inch section out into the shorefront. I think if it was more than that, I'd be really excited about it. And I get that, death by a million cuts too. But, for a couple of inches.
And I think
Is that
also,
what you say?
to go on what Sarah's saying, everything they've done to improve that place and all the drainage enhancements they've made and everything, I don't think that's a lot to give up. So, if we're talking about it wasn't there before, it's not a 2-inch encroachment. It's.
You're talking about what?
If we're assuming that it wasn't there legally, then the encroachment is not 2 inches.
Okay, I thought when we get a 6-foot deck, the encroachment was 2 inches.
The encroachment past what we're assuming was there before, which isn't supported by the record.
You're saying it's 2 inches more than what was pre-existing? Then I misunderstood.
I don't know where we go from here. This one.
I think we're beating this thing to death. I'd like to make as a group, let's get together and make a motion to either accept or deny. I'd like to make a motion in one different way.
Before Tavis came back, the applicant was talking about 3 risers from inside the house to grade. And if that's the case, grade can be added. There's really no need for a deck. Have those sliders, 2 steps, and be on the ground, and not encroach and not be, I'm probably not near my microphone. If it's possible to add material in front of the house, a grade can be brought up and a deck is not necessary. So he can have the same use of those sliders without any more construction, from what I understand from the question I asked and the answer I got.
Should we just continue this so you have a chance to thoroughly look at that file to make a determination?
I have. I've already looked at it. If you want to see this, you can.
No.
So from my point of view, between the file contents not showing what the pictures show, I believe those were done illegally, plus the information that grade can be raised, which was one of my initial questions. I believe that the deck is not necessary to use the front of the house and the sliders.
You believe what?
A deck is not necessary in order to use the sliders out of the lake side of the house, because they can take 2 steps out of those sliders and be at a grade that they've brought up.
Do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
I'd like to hear Audrey make one.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this application as presented due to the pre-existing nonconformity of this property.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Or is that an aye?
Yeah.
Okay. All opposed? Speak. In your microphone. Sue Ryan's a no, and I'm a no. 3-2, it passes.
Passes. Thank you for staying so late tonight. Can we do the minutes next time?
Certainly. Yes, I think.
I make a motion that we do the minutes next time.
I make a motion that we attend to all the other business on the agenda another time.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.